I know how to see a whack MC when he bustin', but I just back away real cool, no fussin'. I'd rather go kicking in the streets with the bums and use the knowledge to collect what? Some funds. Open a non-profit and build a damn school. And this is the story of how a great king rules. There's many that claim to know the local demographic, but don't have the nerve to tell you the truth. It's tragic, but I do, so sit back and let me spit this shit to you. You feel better when I spit this shit to you. Despite the system trying to clamp down on the people will learn how to stand up to evil. Not evil that's across the globe, that's too far, but evil that lies in their own backyard. And fighting, it's not an option, they can't win. The government, it's not supposed to represent sin, but then again they do, and that's a problem. So let's go down and figure out how to solve them. It's not fun being a rapper that can't speak, but we do, yes, and plus we make fat beats. Yo, we smoke weed, break up trees. Listen, bringing fat beats, that is our mission. You wanted to see us on board, shut up and listen. Thelonious and Big Bennett, brother, check the vision. Mentalities of different realities. Enter the Star Trek room when you hear the boom. I be the Walkman with the super bass. Automatic stop, yes, stereo cassette player. With the delayer, freaky lyrical sprayer. Extraterrestrial rhyme sayer. I be the poetical VIC/master of the ceremony. Tenderoni, won't you come step with me? I'm on a historical journey, kinda like Sigourney. Implore me to represent the attorney that represents my niggas, go figure. It's the card, they call me Uncle Bigger. Niggas love your blunts, down your liquors. I be the parallel to the fiction. You fixated on this brother's nature. Relaxed behavior, I might save your change. Flip it, rearrange the whole concept. You was good for all your brain. Insane, psychotic, neurotic, black onyx, and hooked on phonics. Just atomic, it bleeds like a bonnet. Cut with the Asiatic, they all up on it. Rhyme static with the bombastic type of skill. You wonder, is this nigga Vic really for real? It's still, but only necessary in the very. I'm milk like dairy, they quite contrary. That's scary, but I'm a dog in the prairie. I scurry to grab my bones and just bury. Lyrical flurry, go get your secretary with impeccable diction. My style might vary, so get a hold of your own shit real fast. Fucking with us, we take it right out your ass. Prairie dogs chill while those other dogs howl. Too many dogs get sent to the pound. Back on the hill, me and my peeps just lounge. Prairie dogs, we keep it on the down. Splatter, don't like gun splatter. We try to climb the ladder, wicked men get better. They make it like splatter, but it really don't matter. Cause you know we coming back to our sons and our daughters. Father, him the one who protects ya, and the mother, she will never neglect ya. Through divine nature, the people respect ya, and in this way I deliver my lecture. They want more. Crime babies looking for food. Starvation, the recipe. People subdued when the people you trust got it in for you. Deceit is the word of the day in every clue. Don't let it go. It's from the days of old. Time is up, but some still do not know. Can I make up my mind? Is it worth the dime? Do I have to take a minute just to make it mine? Life's never fair, but don't listen to the TV. Go out and take a listen to the streets with the people in the slums and the homeless bums with degrees and degrees sitting under a tree. It's not easy in the world for the poor man, the one that brought you to reality. reality, see. They don't want you to know about the black sheep. Leaving 7 rows to the 12 families all around the globe with an ancient code. Is it really asking a lot to say a death old? Cause we sitting on the earth looking back at extinct. Then I'm standing on some ground that's about to sink. I ain't scared for a minute, I ain't about to blink. But I documented for the world what I see and think. Feel we on the call and up and we on the brink. All Congress gonna do is waste paper and ink. Vote or die, you voted and you'll die. You can have it both ways, can't say it's a lie. You can march all you want, but they playing you wrong. They only understand war, it's the same old song. They want war, all they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more. But they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. War, all they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more. But they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war.
It is Monday the 13th July, 0844 Central European Time. That makes it 0245 Eastern Time, Eastern Coast Time, America. What's up, everybody? That's also 0845 in the morning, West African time. What's up, West Africa? Anybody out there listening in Ghana, Nigeria, Togo, Senegal? Where you at? And Angola, shit. Angola also, I mean, yeah. I hope everybody's doing well, by the way. As we know, the world turns and the news keeps going. And, we had a good day yesterday. I mean, another one bites the dust. South Carolina lost a ratchet. One. And, hey, it was unexpected, but you got to take your victories and you got to take your blessings from God any way you can get them. And I think it really comes down to that karma. To be honest with you, a lot of people have a lot of karma coming to them. And see, karma only really happens when you fucked with good people that actually have the best intentions at heart, who actually don't want to harm anyone, just want to mind their business, just want to go to work, just want to be free in the country they're born in, their ancestors fought to preserve. People that just want the bigotry to fucking end and just go somewhere else. When you fuck with good-hearted Americans, karma is coming to you. Karma is coming to you, baby. Karma is coming to you. These Americans don't even have to wish you bad like you wish them bad. Karma is coming to you. Karma is coming to you. Don't you know how foul it is to take pleasure in killing Native Americans that happen to be called Mexican when after they've been working, living, having children who are American citizens, working, paying their bills, not robbing you, actually likely living on their own ancestral land? Don't you understand how foul that is to murder one of them and just pretend like that's the way it goes when they were already set up by the courts to be processed? Don't you know how foul that is? I mean, karma is coming to you. And you know something else? I think a lot of people know that. Because, when I actually look at my timeline, strangely enough, when I look at my timeline, I realize this is not a black thing. This is not a white thing. Knowledge is not a Native American thing. It's not a religious thing. It's actually just a truth thing. It's just an information thing. It's just an awareness thing. And I think sometimes a lot of these maggots try to pretend like they're not aware of anything, and therefore they just get away with anything. But in reality, the world is not set up that way. You're going to have to, at some point, pay the piper. And people aren't going to just sit back and just believe believe you when you close your eyes, right? And you close your ears and just don't want to hear the facts. But here are the facts. Take a listen.
You don't live in one now and never will be. A Christian nation would never have killed and displaced 20 million Native Americans
Uh-huh.
who are still left out and
Amen.
living in poverty.
Amen.
A Christian nation would never have thought that owning slaves was pleasing to God,
Amen. Say it again, brother.
or that it lined up with Scripture in any way, shape, or size.
Lord Jesus.
And
say it
we
again.
not only practiced it, but we were so obsessed with it that we went to war about it. We had a civil war. And in that civil war, 500,000 Americans died.
Say it again, brother.
That's more than Americans that died in World War II
Yes,
or
Lord.
any other war we've ever had. A Christian nation.
In Jesus' name, we say amen.
You don't live in one now and never will be. A Christian nation would never have killed and displaced 20 million Native Americans who are still left out and living in poverty.
See, this is just what you call a good man. This is just what you call a good man. You know, he's not living inside of some socio-political bubble. All right. He's not living inside of some bubble assigned to him by somebody else. No, he's just speaking facts. He's saying, I'm like you. I recognize what facts are. OK, and I care for the people around me. I want to use my being to do some good for my country. And so I'm going to speak up when it's needed, because obviously there's some people that need to know the facts that just keep covering their ear up, pretending that they live somewhere else. And it's just not going to work. It's just not going to work anymore. So this is a good man. I applaud this man. You know what I'm saying? I'd like to buy him a beer. I mean, you know, if that's, I don't know if that's, or shake his hand. I'd like to shake his hand. Let's hear it again. Just speaking facts. Where the maggots? Where the maggots at?
A Christian nation would never have thought that owning slaves was pleasing to God, or that it lined up with Scripture in any way, shape, or size. And we not only practiced it, but we were so obsessed with it that we went to war about it. We had a civil war. And in that civil war, 500,000 Americans died. That's more than Americans that died in World War II or any other war we've ever had. A Christian nation. Facts.
So, so actually, this is a special time. This is a special time for people that, if you're alive in these times, we're alive, obviously, we're seeing some changes being made, and we're going to see some more changes being made. But the change is coming with the reckoning. You're not going to close your eyes and your ears. You're not going to pretend that the United States is some other country and think you're going to move forward. No, you're going to have a reckoning. You tried to turn the clock back, and you are going to have a reckoning. You maggots chose to move forward with the disrespect for the history and disrespect for the lives that were lost and disrespect for who Americans really are. And karma is coming your way. Karma is coming your way. It's coming. It happened in South Carolina. It happened in South Carolina yesterday. It happened to Lindsey Graham's ass. Karma just swept up on him. Ding, gotcha. And it's coming. And these maggots, they think they can rig the election. They think all this running is, man, the world has seen this before. Don't you know how the story of Ebenezer Scrooge turned out? It turns out like every greedy ass man and every greedy ass people, you can do all the things you want, but it is not yours to possess. Okay, it is not yours to possess. You could do all the trickery you want to try to Elon Musk to try to own the United States of America. Baby, it ain't yours to possess. You just going to go down, just like SpaceX, down hard, very, very hard. Because see, it's not meant to own by any one individual or any small group of individuals over others. It's not meant to be that way. That's not what the country was meant to be. Okay, so you can try to figure a way out of it all you want. The country was founded. We're not talking. Well, the United States was founded at a time where slavery had already been going on in colonial America for how many hundreds? For how many years? 100 and some odd years, right? You see what I'm saying? Maybe some people say 400 years, 300 years, 200 years already in colonial America, from South America up to the North. You see what I'm saying? So when people try to turn a page and say this is not actually right, which the abolitionists had been doing for quite some time, of many different backgrounds, that's when you actually get, the timing of the United States going. You see, and people trying to turn a page on some poor practices. Don't ever forget that. Don't ever forget that. The last 250 years of your life, right? You've been living in a country that is trying to turn a page away from that. And that's what made the country powerful. You see what I mean? And these maggots are trying to go back in history and pretend like it just wasn't that story. Yo, it actually is that story. It's the story where women didn't have the right to vote for 100 years. Women didn't have the right to own property for 100 years. You think that's cool? You think you're going to turn the clock back on women? It ain't going to work. You're going to hit your expiration button before that. Trying to turn the clock back on women. You think you're going to try to turn the clock back on African Americans and their history in the country? No, you're going to punch the expiration clock on your life before you turn the clock back on African Americans. Native Americans, you think Native Americans want to sit around and watch you play this goddamn game, not recognizing their losses, not recognizing their sacrifices? We still have a country that treats the native population worse than pretty much anybody else. Anybody else. You think that's going to just ride? You think it's going to go into the future ignoring that? No. There's a new politic of today in the United States of America. And thanks the greedy people for actually creating the environment where people are going to be forced to face it now. Because, see, they've been sliding away with it. But now they're actually going to face it. I like this guy.
You don't
right
live
here.
in one now and never will be. A Christian nation would never have killed and displaced 20 million Native Americans who are still left out and living in poverty. A Christian nation would never have thought that owning slaves was pleasing to God, or that it lined up with Scripture in any way, shape, or size. And we not only practiced it, but we were so obsessed with it that we went to war about it. We had a civil war. And in that civil war, 500,000 Americans died. That's more than Americans that died in World War II or any other war we've ever had. A Christian nation. You don't live in one now and never will be. A Christian nation would never have killed and displaced 20 million Native Americans.
Yeah, so you see, this is a message to MAGA. This is a message to MAGA. They want to live in this little delusion, want to live in this world where they turn everything into black and white, want to live in this world where they just forget and pretend like there's not reparations owed to women, owed to African Americans, and maybe others, where there's no reparation owed to just the inequality that so many people living in poverty in the United States of America deserve to have because they have been exploited. The United States the Americans in the United States have less parliamentary representation than any other Western people on earth. Less parliamentary representation than any other people in NATO. Less parliamentary representation than any other people in any capitalistic democratic nation on earth. They have half the representation than starting off, at least half the parliamentary representation than any other Western people. That's where it starts. And it gets worse from there. They are also the only other Western people that don't have universal health care. They are the only Western people where only 45% of the taxes that they pay actually go to something that directly impacts their life, their children's life, or people in their own community, the very communities they live. As soon as you leave the United States of America and go anywhere else in the Western world where there is any Western civilization, that percentage of taxes that go up to directly affect their lives is 60%, and in many nations higher. So, you could try whatever the fuck you want, MAGA. It's over for you. It is over for you. Your days are over. The clock is ticking. The midterms are coming. And guess what? You can try to rig it all you want. You can try to rig it all you want. Come on. Play that game in the United States of America. Play that game. You know who Madison is, right? Yeah, okay. Yes. Play that game. So, in any case, we know that we have issues in the United States of America, and it's not always a nice thing to review, but it's a necessary thing to review, and you need all kinds to review it. You also need decent white Americans that are willing to just say it like it is, and there's plenty of them. There's plenty of them. There's no need for MAGA to even listen to the blackies. You don't even have to listen to the Mexicans. You don't even have to listen to the Native Americans. Listen to the decent white Americans tell you.
Still left out and living in poverty. A Christian nation would never have thought that owning slaves was pleasing to God, or that it lined up with Scripture in any way, shape, or size. And we not only practiced it, but we were so obsessed with it that we went to war about it. We had a civil war. And in that civil war, 500,000 Americans died.
Yep. And those weirdos that carry Confederate flags didn't want to give it up. They didn't want to give it up. Yes, they didn't want to give up the owning of human beings. They didn't want to give it up. And now we have MAGA today pretending like that was some great idea to do. Pretending like it's just funny. Let's just go back to the good old days of the Confederate flag. Okay. Sounds like you want to be the slave this time, MAGA. It sounds like you want to be the slave, because I'm going to tell you, no African American is going to allow you to put them in slavery again. You see what I'm saying? It's going to be death to you first. You just better understand that. Now you can start figuring out how your mama and your cousin and shit is going to be a slave. But if you think you put African Americans back in slavery, you are fucking delusional. Okay? Let alone anybody else. Okay? Nobody else is going to sit back and let you pretend your way into that shit. No, it's on, goddammit. It is on. Now, in any case, let's get on to the normal news. This is a story that I haven't really been covering, but it's necessary because now some news is coming out about it, and it appears that the story that was told originally by the police and allegedly by this young man's friends, what was thought to have been the facts in the beginning, didn't turn out to be all of the facts later, now. So more information is coming in about Nolan Wells' story and how he died. And, let's just examine it before we get into a few other things. So here we go. This is starting off with the Midas Touches coverage of it, and then we will go into Roland Martin and a few others. So here
Nolan
we go.
Wells' closest friends from childhood remembered the kind, easygoing young man who was supposed to head back to Southwest Mississippi Community College in Summit on Monday to practice for the upcoming football season. They couldn't believe he was gone. Wells had a tight circle of friends raised with him in Ocean Springs. He was a calming influence. If an argument broke out when the kids were younger, Wells was likely the one to break it up. He was friendly to everyone and usually wore a smile, his friends said. That is from the Biloxi Sun Herald. Hi, my name is Suri Crow, and you are watching the Midas Touch Network. Easygoing, mild-mannered, a multi-sport gifted athlete. Quote, he could spark up a whole room. Again, according to the Biloxi Sun Herald, that is how two of Nolan Xavier Wells' best friends described the 18-year-old. Both of them spoke with him the last day that the teen was alive, and one of them, Javon Williams, was actually on the barrier island known as Horn Island, which sits about 10 miles off of the Mississippi mainland. Horn Island is where groups of young people headed off on the 4th of July in boats to hang out, party, and play. Nolan was aboard a boat with 3 of his other friends shown here, but he never came home.
Hey, good morning, Robin. The 4th of July celebration turned to tragedy for the family of Nolan Wells, and now they're hoping authorities will be able to pinpoint what exactly happened to him. This morning, the desperate search for answers in Mississippi after the death of 18-year-old Nolan Wells, authorities recovering a body believed to be the teen. Investigators and volunteers from the Cajun Navy spent the weekend urgently searching for Wells after he vanished from Horn Island on July 4th.
Nolan Wells was on a boat. He left from a private dock area in the Ocean Springs area and proceeded with his friends to Horn Island.
Wells was visiting the barrier island 10 miles from the Gulf Coast, boating with friends, last seen about 3 p.m. Saturday.
They left and went back without Nolan. From what we understand, he chose to stay there.
Later that night, when he didn't return home, his mother reporting him missing to police, then quickly taking to social media, posting pictures of the teen, pleading for help finding him. The heartbreaking discovery made about 8:45 Monday morning when authorities say the Mississippi Community College wide receiver's suspected body was found in the water just off the shore. His mother writing, "His father, our family, friends, and I are absolutely devastated," describing Wells as a sweet son who was always willing to cheer and uplift others. Now, investigators say they suspect he drowned, but they're still interviewing friends who were with him as they work to pinpoint what exactly happened.
He chose to stay there on a remote island with no water, shelter, phone, or help, alone. According to his best friends Trace Carter and Javon Williams, pictured here, Nolan did know how to swim, but the currents at the western tip of the island are reportedly very strong, and that's where investigators found him. So Nolan's death has gone viral on socials, due largely in part to his mom, Christine Wansley, who hit socials as hard as she possibly could as soon as she couldn't find her son last Saturday. His parents did recover his phone, which came back on the same boat with the 3 white friends he left with, who told deputies that they thought Nolan left with some girl he met on Horn Island that day. Now, people are having a hard time getting their minds around why the boys would leave Nolan behind, but take his phone with them. His friend Javon confirmed that Nolan was seen chatting with the girl on the island that day. He saw him, but that girl, Katie McCormick, has now come forward to Nolan's parents and is cooperating with investigators and said she had only met him that day and that she eventually left with her own family and figured that Nolan left with his own crew, according to reports. Here are some comments from social media. Joshua Dyron says, desperately hoping Mississippi gets Nolan Wells' case right. I'm so tired of black grief with no justice. Joey Anna says, I do not believe for 1 second that Nolan Wells went off with a girl and that's why they left him. In fact, I refuse to believe anything they say, especially now that I know that they came back with his fucking phone. Chasing Oz writes, those boys knew they could get away with leaving that boy behind on that island.
Right. So you hear right then and there, that doesn't make any sense whatsoever. I mean, so you have someone's phone, you leave them, you don't think they need the phone. And this is the beautiful thing about phones is that that's how you would track him, right? With the phone. Isn't that what you would use to track him? Well, they didn't think to bring the phone back to him. I'm not sure. But in any case, it's beautiful that there is a phone because the timing, the location, the positioning of them will be documented, right? And then you could isolate that and you can know the time that Nolan was not with them by that phone. You know, you can actually be able to see this. When did the phone leave the island, right? What time was it? And anything else. But here's the thing. It just sounds so weird because why would you leave with his phone? I mean, how did you get his phone? Explain that, you know? So let's hear some more.
Because
Apparently they got lawyers now. So
never been held accountable. One kid's mother is a local judge. Another kid's dad is law enforcement in Mississippi. Disgusting. Mariah Lynn Joe writes, I hate that Nolan Wells believed he was amongst friends. I hate that at some point he realized he wasn't. And I hate that he died alone. Rest in power. We'll keep saying your name. It's true that his entire crew of at least the white boys pictured on his social media and the 3 boys he left with on the boat have shut their social media accounts down to private. I personally checked. One of the kids' stepmom is a judge and one of the other kids' parents is reportedly a cop. So make of that. Right.
So that right there, anybody in their right mind can tell that their parents, one's parent is a judge, the other one is a cop in the same county where they live. So if your son did something wrong and you're a judge, or your son did something wrong and you're a cop in that county, it really comes down to this. Are you going to choose justice for the victim, or are you going to choose to protect your son? Very simple. And what about the people that work with that cop, the other cops? Where do your loyalties lie? Are you going to help your copper friend, or are you going to think about the victim first over your copper friend and over your copper friend's child? You tell me what you're going to do.
What you will. There's a lot more to some of that story, particularly about the mom who's a judge. But I do find it odd that they all went radio silent.
Mom is the judge. So that's going to be some real churning inside there, boy. I can tell you, I don't see her turning, doing anything to provide justice, especially if she suspects her son had something to do with some wrongdoing. But in any case, let's
have
go.
Lawyered up and then told Nolan's parents that they have no idea where he was or what happened to him. But they left with his phone that came back on the boat with them. There's also a video that some believe is Nolan and those boys arguing. Here's civil and criminal litigator Thelma Anderson talk about what his so-called friends have been up to.
Hold on. Let me see that one more time.
Back,
there's going to be more footage. Don't worry. If anybody wants to hop up on the panel, the link is in the chat. The link to Discord. All you got to do is have Discord on your phone, and then you hit that link and you can hop up. Now, let me just go back. I want to see that footage one more time.
Rest in power. We'll keep accounts down to private. I personally checked. One of the kids' stepmom is a judge and one of the other kids' parents is reportedly a cop. So make of that what you will. There's a lot more to some of that story, particularly about the mom who's a judge. But I do find it odd that they all went radio silent, have lawyered up and then told Nolan's parents that they have no idea where he was or what happened to him. But they left with his phone that came back on the boat with them. There's also a video that some believe is Nolan and those boys arguing.
All right. Where is the arguing? That's what I want to see. So, I'm just want to make sure I see that for myself because I haven't seen this video. So let's see here. Let me just go back 1 second. They said this video of them arguing. Are they on the beach? A video is circulating on TT from Horn Island on July 4th, where you can hear arguing from a group on the beach. Okay, so that's them. Now, okay, all right. So now I got a better idea what's going on. Let me try to blow that up real quick and make it bigger so we can see it. Yo, hey, what's up, Michael from Brooklyn? What's up? You there?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry about last night. My phone died. And I didn't get a charger in time.
Oh, right. Yeah. No worries, man. No worries. I thought something had happened. But let me see this video real quick. Let me just see because they said there's some arguing going on here on the beach. Let's just peep that real quick. Let's peep it. Here we go.
Arguing. Here's civil and
no, I didn't see that. Hold on. Are they saying I didn't hear anything? Is this it right here? Is this the part they're talking about? That?
Yeah, I think in the background you hear like the F-bomb dropped a few times.
Okay, and this is supposed to be Nolan and his friends on the island, right? These ones right on the screen right now. They're on the beach. These are the only people on the beach. It's a couple other, but let me see here. Hold on. Oh, is it right there? Okay. I think I see it. Maybe it's the second group. I just wanted to make sure. Is it the second group here? Is it that group right here? Yes, it's this group right here. So there's a few of them right there. Okay. So, okay. I think I understand. Right. Yeah, let me see one other thing real quick. Is this footage? How high is the footage? Okay, it's up there in HD. Yo, what did you hear about this, man? Have you heard anything about this, Mike?
Well, I mean, they pretty much, in this clip covered because it's still ongoing.
Yeah.
But they covered pretty much what relatively what I know. And essentially he was left on a deserted island, uninhabitable island, because if I'm not mistaken, that island didn't have any like fresh water.
Okay, right.
So even if he were to stay there, he wouldn't have access to fresh water.
Right.
And they found his phone and some other things that his friends were in possession of. And they also deleted social media posts from that phone. So they got access to that phone and deleted. Yeah. Okay. I don't know if it's Snapchat or one of the other social medias, but they deleted some of that information.
Okay.
And so they're looking relatively guilty, and they didn't come forward with the phone. They didn't come forward with the phone. The mom tracked the phone, and she tracked it in the possession of one of his friends. So that's another one as well. There's a lot going on.
That's damning, bro. That is damning. And what is the excuse going to be? I didn't think about that. They're going to ask them, where he's missing. We're looking for him. You have his phone, and you don't offer his phone to us. Why not?
Yep.
I don't know. I just didn't think about it.
And the moment his mother pointed it out or knew that they had the phone or was in possession of the phone, that's when they lawyered up.
Okay. It's too late to apologize. It's fucked up, man. I mean, it's going to be, I think, to me, it already sounds like this. It's going to be a case of privilege over just what the standard is. Now, we know, let's just flip roles around. If it was a black young man, if it was Nolan who left that island, left somebody there, had their phone, the person was disappeared, he had the phone, he deletes some messages off of their face, off of their social media, knows that people are looking for the other kid, doesn't bother to even mention that he has the phone. What do you think is going to happen? What do you think the public would believe? Would the public be like, that nigga's guilty. What would MAGA say? What would MAGA say? You know what I'm
They
saying?
would definitely think he's guilty, right? And I think that's the sad part, that, even when you point out the hypocrisy or just like the blatant truth, there's still some form of denial, right? Unfortunately, right?
Excuse my
And
language, y'all. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sorry for saying that. It's such a nasty word, but I mean, I'm trying to speak plain so everybody
Yeah.
knows what time of day it is. I mean, this is what they would say. He's guilty. That N word is guilty. That's what they would say if it was him. If the shoe was on the other foot. Okay, but the shoe is not on the other foot. And the guy whose shoe is who the shoe's foot is on, he's got a judge who's a mama.
Yep.
And
the other friend has a dad who's a cop, right?
And the other friend has a dad who's a cop. How do you think this is going down?
It's very true.
It is terrible, man. It is terrible. I don't think there's anybody that expects them to go to jail at all. Not for murder. And nobody's expecting any justice for this guy, bro. Nobody's expecting any justice. Yeah, Rafika says she's in Discord. You in Discord right now, Rafika? What's up? What's up? You can you hear? Can you hear me? Rafika, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
There you go. What do you
subject? Let's go.
Yeah, let us hear it. What you got on this?
Okay. I believe I sent it to you earlier today or yesterday. It was from another commentary guy, a black young guy who's been following it.
Okay.
And you can say, why did you got my phone? And you can see them.
Oh, really? Oh, you sent it to me? Hold on, let me take a look at that. Your audio is a little off. Yeah, your audio is a little off. Your audio is a little off.
Earbuds. Let me take my earbuds out my ear.
Okay, there you go. It's better now. Okay, let me go see where you sent this to me. Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay.
Or it's breaking up. It's breaking up actually.
Check it out. I'm just gonna check it out.
Okay, but go ahead. Try to explain. You said you sent a video where there's a guy who's arguing.
Can you hear me now?
Now it's perfect. Go ahead now. Go ahead.
Damn. Let me see.
Yeah, try to send me that video. Yeah, it's perfect. Your audio is perfect now.
I don't know how to do this.
Yes, you do. The audio is good. Can you hear us? The audio is good, Rafika.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, I sent it to you either yesterday or today. I can't remember.
Okay. Let me try to check it out. I should have got a notification about it.
It was through YouTube.
It was through YouTube?
You.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me just try to find that. Let me see what it say. Rafika, if you can find it, send it to me again. Let me see here if I can. Let me see if I can pull it up. I might have it already waiting. The video you sent me, I might have it waiting in this list I got right now, the clip list. But just to make sure. Now go ahead. Describe what the video says. Tell us what the video is saying.
Okay.
What can you hear
so
in the video?
You can see them on the shore, and you can see Nolan, and then you see a couple a white younger guys, and you can hear him say, "Why do you got my phone?"
Okay. Wow. Okay, let me see. I'm going to try to pull this clip up because the clip I have right here is from a distance, so you can't really hear it that well.
Yeah, it is from a distance. But you can clearly hear it. That one is a bad video of it.
That's a bad audio. Okay. So
yeah.
Let me see here. Let's see here. Nolan's family has retained prominent. Okay, let's see here. Where's the phone? 18-year-old from Mississippi, death have sparked okay, disappearance. All right, well, I think it's going to come up. I have like a few different clips ready where I think they're going to cover this scene right here a few different times. So let's just see where it is. And what else do they say in the video? What else do you remember they're saying?
No, that was it.
Okay.
That was it. That was all that was in the video.
So Nolan is asking them, why do you have my phone?
Yeah, bro, why you got my phone?
Okay. So yeah, so there's an argument on the beach. The other guy has his phone, and he takes the phone. He's on the beach with the phone, and he brings the phone back to Florida, and Nolan doesn't come with him.
Brings it back, and then the mama, the daddy said that he went to the boy house, asked for the car keys.
Car keys?
Said that, yeah, because his car was there. Nolan's car was at the one of the boys' house.
Okay, yep, okay.
Asked for the car keys. He said, well, all nonchalant, I don't know where the keys at. So I guess the girl that was over there earlier seen the keys. They must have called her. And she said, well, the keys is on top of his Xbox or something like that, Xbox or PlayStation.
Okay.
And he said, oh, his keys right here. And grabbed the keys off the Xbox or PlayStation.
Wow.
Like with no worries in the world. And hands it to him. But the mama tracked the phone also there to the house. And said, well, it says his phone is here. And he pulls the phone out the back of his pocket.
Yeah, well, it sounds to me like they minimum going to jail for manslaughter minimum. Yeah, you can't be walking around with somebody else's phone and they missing. You know what I'm saying? And you just got their phone. Here it is. He's arguing with it on tape earlier. Why you got my phone? You show up back in Florida. You have his phone. They can't find their boy. I mean.
Yes, and I also heard today some new stuff that them boys met up with their parents also. And the Coast Guard was called that night. But the Coast Guard people said what they can't discuss what was discussed to the attorney, to Nolan's attorney.
You know, these people, and also, man. Go ahead.
And also, them boys met up with their parents that night. And that boat that they were on was washed clean that night.
Oh, really?
Yes. This came out today.
Wow. So it sounds like murder. It sounds
That's
like
what
a
it
murder.
Sound like.
Yeah. Because why do you have to clean a boat? The man is on the boat already, so his fingerprints are there, so you don't have to cover the fingerprints up. So you wouldn't be covering the fingerprints up. You would be covering up something else.
Or blood.
Yeah.
Blood.
Yeah. And it'll be interesting to see what trace chemicals they find that they used. It would be interesting because that would tell you a lot more about what they were trying to cover up. Was it ammonia, Clorox? Yeah, go ahead, Mike.
I'm also curious as to why the DA hasn't formally pressed charges already, right? But we'll find out.
Because they're trying to say, as of right now, they haven't found any
body.
How did they say it? They didn't see any foul play.
But did they find his body yet?
This is what they're saying.
They didn't find his
body.
But
I know Nolan's body was flown either yesterday or the day before yesterday to Washington for the independent examination.
Okay.
The independent, what did they call it? The
biopsy.
When the family ordered the independent review of the body.
Yeah. Okay. Right.
Because his parents hired an independent agency to review the case.
Right. Someone who's not connected to anybody in Florida. Right. Right. Any of the people involved. Right. Okay. Yeah. This is going to be like a O.J. Simpson thing for the U.S. You know what I mean? Like it's going to be big and split along racial lines.
Yeah.
I'm sorry I'm laughing, but this is typical USA shit, ain't it?
Yeah. It
Yeah.
really is.
It's
And how they got that video is because people at the beach remember it was an argument. They said a fight. It was a fight. They were fighting.
well, it looks, if you look at this image right here, it looks like some people are on the ground here in the middle, right? It looks like they're
They might have caught the last bit, but they said it was a fight.
okay,
They
because
were fighting.
yeah, because whatever it is in the middle, it's something. These aren't, whatever that is. They're not standing up. Whatever that is in the middle, and people are standing around it, looking at it. And look at the guy. The
Yep.
tallest guy to the left is looking down. You know, he's not looking across at somebody else. He's looking down, like something on the ground is going on. So, and then
That's
look.
what the people that was there that said what they said. They said that they were fighting.
Okay. So in other words, they lied. These
It was a
boys,
fight.
these boys that came back to Florida, they lied about what happened.
So I believe they had. I think they beat him up. It's either two things. Either they beat him up, they had a fight, he was bloody, they took his stuff, like you need to find your own ride home. Left him on that beach.
No.
Then he tried to swim because they said he was an excellent swimmer. Tried to swim back and drown.
You know what?
Or
Yeah, go ahead.
the reason why I say that because it was still a lot of people probably still around, on that beach.
Sounds to me like they took. Well, who really knows? But there, I would need more specifics,
Yeah.
right? But I mean, to me, it sounds like they. I mean, how big is the boat that they arrived on? How many people came on that boat? To me, it sounds like they wouldn't do something on that island. If they did something on that island, then all you got to do is take a dog there. If they killed him on that island, then all you got to do is take a dog there. You know what I'm saying? Possibly, unless it gets a lot of water at that time, or unless where they did it, there's some water. But they found him in the water. So to me, it sounds like he got on that boat and they disposed of him on the boat and then dumped his body off. You know, something like that.
You know what? You're right because, like I said, the Coast Guard was called that night too.
Okay. I wonder.
And the Coast Guard could have helped them too.
Well,
Well, the
They
Coast
called
Guard are
their
the ones.
parents,
Those are the ones
too.
who found his body.
they're the ones who found the body, right?
Yeah, the Coast Guard.
Yeah, but remember the Coast Guard was called earlier also too. But they also said that they couldn't discuss why they were called earlier.
Yeah, it sounds like a cover up. This is
That's what I'm saying.
because who says that? You work for the Coast Guard. This is official police business, man. What the hell you mean you can't discuss it? Well, it's not your private business.
This is what they're telling Nolan attorney. Crump guy.
Oh yeah, but they don't work for anybody. They work for the state. They can't withhold information from the state. They can't withhold information from investigators. They can't and so whatever it is that happened is got to be documented. So it sounds like a strange thing. Like we can't tell you that information. Okay, like they're not volunteering the information, so that means like there's something they don't want to say that's very important. Because if it wasn't important, why wouldn't they just say it? So it just sounds so suspicious.
true.
So suspicious. Yeah, because if it's something just incidental, then why would it matter if you said something? Oh yeah, by the way, he lost his pen. Oh yeah, they said that he left his car keys in the house. That's not important. So what is it they would withhold that's so important that they have to be kept a secret, that's so significant it can't just be said like that? What you worried about, losing your job and shit? Like what the hell? So I just think it sounds so foul. It definitely sounds like a cover up. Sounds like there was a
major cover up.
First of all, it sounds like the boys lied. when they were
Yeah, oh,
initially
yeah.
asked, yeah. And who lies? Why would you lie? If you're asked, if you know the person is missing, police need to find them. Time is of the essence. They need you to tell the truth. Right? It costs public dollars to have somebody going around searching for someone. They need all the help they can get. You know, it costs money. It's taxpayer dollars. All these people involved, they're taxpayer dollars. And so when they ask you a question, they want to know the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so they can get to the next individual. Look, that's resources. While they're looking for this guy and trying to solve this situation, they could be using their resources on somebody else. So they don't have unlimited resources. Yeah. So I just think it's like they lied. Why would they lie? It wouldn't be over something so stupid, I don't think, that could easily be explained. So they didn't say that we had a fight. There was an argument. We left the island. They didn't even say that. Like, what the hell? Did they?
Nope, they sure didn't. Nope, they never said that. Nope. Yeah. And they also, his friend, one of his friends, Nolan friends, one of the black boys, he also, in the video I sent you, he also says allegedly one of the boys he was with, he has a bad coke habit. Allegedly, that's what he kept saying. Allegedly. And he know that it was coke on that boat too.
Okay. Well, Florida is a cokey town. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because they be down there and shit, living extravagant and shit, that's where you get them cheap ass bags.
Yeah. It's in the video I sent you.
There you could probably get a gram down there for $10, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's fairly cheap. Yes, you're right.
I don't know, but probably very cheap. Yeah,
probably very cheap. It's damn Florida, man. That shit is everywhere.
Yeah,
the Sharks is eating that shit. All right, let's see. Is there a video where it says that? Give me show me the YouTube video. Yeah, this. I'm sorry, I'm laughing, but it's like, look. Am I going to cry about this? This is real life. This is America, man. I'm not surprised by this. Injustice happens every day. Like, what is this? I feel sorry for the family. They're going, and what's even worse is that why don't you just say we killed, we killed him, and blah blah blah. Because look, dragging the family through all of this, trying to figure out what's going on, that makes it even worse. Look, if they prosecute them, and he's convicted, and they are convicted, if they find out that they knew that he died and they didn't call the police, or they knew that he was injured and they didn't tell them, they need to go to jail for 30 goddamn years. You know why? Because they didn't even care about anybody else to tell the truth. They didn't care about the suffering of the family. They could have said whatever happened right from the beginning, and it would be, and people would at least know that, damn, this is what happened and why. And it would be better for them, too. It would be better for them.
And that's what his mama said, and that's what his mother said. His mother said it felt like they're playing in their face.
Yeah.
Playing in their face.
Yeah, it's insulting. All right, well, let's hear some more of this video. I'm sure I got some more videos lined up. I got like 5 different videos about this lined up, some clips. So let's see. I think some of them have something to do with his friends also. So all these clips are within the last 24 hours. So let's peep some more of this. Let's see. Appreciate you for hopping up too, Rafika. Yeah. Everybody say what's up to Rafika. Yeah. Rafika the mod. If you don't like her, get the fuck out of here. All right.
And like I post always, if you don't like what V is saying in his chat, get the fuck out of his chat.
Exactly. Appreciate you. All right, let's hear some more of this one.
Investigator Thelma Anderson talk about what his so-called friends have been up to.
And let me post the last the last post one of them made pertaining to Nolan. This is what Jax posted yesterday. Don't post my son if you won't post up at the police station to give an accurate account of what happened. Don't post my child if you are not cooperating with law enforcement. Because then you playing in my face. You want to post my child, but you don't want to post up to give an accurate account of what happened to my child. Same go for you, Eric. You want to post my child and say you will see him soon, but you don't want to post up and tell the police how you going to see him soon. You know you weren't going to see him soon. You know something happened to him. Don't post him if you're not going to post up, pull up, give a statement, give an accurate account, and blow the whistle on what the hell happened. Because everything outside of that is bullshit.
Yeah, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
You wanted to say something?
No, I had came out. I thought you wanted me to come out.
Oh, no. You can stay up. It's up to you. But let's hear.
Okay.
Yeah, let's hear some more of this. Now, I'm just gonna rock and see what they got. Let's hear some more of this. Let's go. This is interesting. They're talking about one of the friends. She's talking about one of the friends posting stuff, acting. You know, I guess his social media was like, "Oh, I'll miss you, Nolan. See you later, Nolan." But apparently he knows more and didn't bother to tell people. So, you know, she's talking about people's fake ass posts. All right, so let's hear.
Let me post the last.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Let's hear it. Let's see what they're saying.
I mean, the last post one of them made pertaining to Nolan. This is what Jax posted yesterday. Don't post my son if you won't post up at the police station to give an accurate account of what happened. Don't post my child if you are not cooperating with law enforcement. Because then you playing in my face. You want to post my child, but you don't want to post up to give an accurate account of what happened to my child. Same go for you, Eric. You want to post my child and say you will see him soon, but you don't want to post up and tell the police how you going to see him soon. You know you weren't going to see him soon. You know something happened to him. Don't post him if you're not going to post up, pull up, give a statement, give an accurate account, and blow the whistle on what the hell happened. Because everything outside of that is bullshit. See you soon. See you soon. How? Y'all had his phone. He could not call for help. No underage or no teenager or no new adult is going to leave their phone. They are attached to their phone. Oh, I got something else. Listen, we got your back, Nolan. We ain't letting this slide. Not on our ancestors, not on your parents, not on your family, not on your life. Your internet virtual aunties and uncles gonna show out for you because we be damned. So let me tell you another individual that I didn't mention that they're going to need. They're going to need a social media person to go and pull every fucking thing. They're going to need more than one to have eyes and ears. Because what y'all don't know, they get on these social media apps and they post this shit and they think it's not discoverable. But as I say, anything you say, post, and receive can and will be used against you in a court of law. This did not have to happen.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it's got a very Murdoch feeling to it. If you know the whole Murdoch story, after Paul Murdoch, who was a teenager at the time, was drunk driving the Murdoch boat that killed 19-year-old Mallory Beach. But instead of all white teens aboard a boat, now we've got 3 white boys and 1 black kid. Did race weigh in here? It's pretty hard to think that it didn't. Here's author and scholar Jamar Tisby.
Nolan Wells went missing on Saturday, the 4th of July, off the Gulf Coast of Mississippi. His lifeless body was found on Monday. We don't know all the facts. We don't know all the details. What we do know is Nolan was the only black person amid a group of young white men. They went out together, but Nolan did not come back with them. Online, of course, there is speculation and outrage. How is it that the only black person in this group doesn't come back with the group and ends up dead? Because we know this story. This is not the first time things like this have happened.
You know, this is so weird because, I don't know how many of you have friends with different ethnic backgrounds or whatever, but, growing up in DC, it's a middle class city. So you have obviously a lot of African Americans, but you also have groups of others that grow up there, white, quote unquote, white Americans. But in reality, their ancestry can be different, German, Swedish, or wherever. It could be, different backgrounds of people that are called white, different background of people that are called black, right? But I played soccer, right? So I know a lot of white kids that just grew up in the part of town I grew up on, Capitol Hill East, right? So it wasn't a strange thing. We went to school together, all of us from the same communities, and we know each other. Our families know each other, this kind of thing. All of these people go back to the civil rights era, to the 60s, when people's parents moved to that city, right? And so people were very happy. All the people that lived in DC, regardless of your background, very happy to be living in the 70s, hanging out in DC. DC's a beautiful city. But saying all of that, I've never had to think about any white friends not being safe around any white friends. Like, they're not just not thinking that way. They're not having any kind of weird ideas about it. People aren't getting any fights. In fact, people just want to have a good ass time as teenagers, to be honest with you, right? And just know how to have a good time. I've never had any racial issue. I think the only time I've ever had one racial issue with one white person that I knew from my neighborhood was when I was 8 years old, 7 or 8 years old. It's one kid, I even remember his name. His name was Danny. And this was at school, at the lunch table. When I first started going to school, I went to a school called Peabody School on Capitol Hill, right? When I was young, the first school I went to, 7 years old. And it was one kid that got up and said, I think it was after 1 year, something more, maybe less. One kid got up, his name was Danny, and said, I'm not going to sit next to this black. And all the other white kids looked at him like they didn't even know what the hell he was talking about. And I didn't know what the fuck he was talking about either. I was like, is he talking about me? I had no clue. I went home and told my parents. I was like, what does that mean? But that was the only one time. And the white kids looked at him like, damn, what's up with this dude? Like, what the fuck is wrong with him? And everybody else stayed in their place. He was the only one that got up. So what I'm saying is that it's really odd for me to when I see this happening in Florida, it's really fucking odd. It's really odd for me to see this, to think that there could be hostility like this kind of, you're around friends and they white and they would think to kill you. They would think to cover shit up. Like, your life is that meaningless? Like, I'm sorry, man. It is a step for me. It's a step for me, but it just lets me know, don't fuck around and don't hang out in Florida with these motherfuckers. Like, I stay to my DC people, man, and the people that ain't from down that way, the ones that know how to keep it fucking normal. Okay? Keep it regular. Not have fights over race. Not have fights, not betraying people over this kind of shit. Like, come on, man. I don't get it, man. But in any case, it's very real. It's very real, this shit. It's very real.
To us. Speculation and outrage. How is it that the only black person in this group doesn't come back with the group and ends up dead? Because we know this story. This is not the first time things like this have happened to us. And it is a chilling and tragic reminder that even though we get access to certain places and certain groups, it doesn't mean we're safe there. All grace and mercy to Nolan Wells' family in this moment, in this season of grief.
Look, lynchings are still happening in America. We do not know what happened here. It's an ongoing investigation. But what I do know, because I looked into this, is that Mississippi leads the South in the number of MDLs, modern day lynchings. According to the Crimson Record, which tracks lynchings in a 7-state region, unsurprisingly, that would be the South. And according to their data, Mississippi MDLs have steadily increased since 2021 with a record number of MDLs in 2024. We also know that white supremacists were marching around the nation's capital this 4th of July. We also know that Donald Trump is an avowed white supremacist with a Supreme Court that seems to be hell-bent on carrying out his white nationalist agenda, with a top advisor in the White House in the form of Stephen Miller, who wants a white America. So racists are now openly waving their flags in our faces. Mississippi also has the longest pattern of misclassified MDLs and subpar investigations, according to the Crimson Report, due in part to low job skill requirements to be a coroner in Mississippi.
Okay, so damn, I'm sorry. This is like this. So I guess this happened in Mississippi, an island outside of Mississippi, or was this Florida? Like they're neighbors, right? Or maybe the island is outside of both in the Gulf, or what is this? Anyone of y'all know about this? The location? Maybe Mike, you know about the location of this, or Rafika? Okay, well let me try to find it. I'm gonna play some more.
Need only to have a high school diploma or equivalent, a high school diploma or a GED to determine how somebody died, which is why,
it was in Mississippi. So it was an island just off Mississippi.
Okay, it's an island off of Mississippi. Island. Okay, my fault. I said Florida before. Hey, listen, y'all. Do me a favor. If you're watching, do me a favor. If you're watching from your TV, pick up your remote. Do me a favor. Click the like button. It's how more people will find the video now and find the video later. Let's get the likes up. I appreciate that. And those of you that's in the chat, if you haven't clicked the like button, do me a favor. Click the like. If you're watching from your mobile, do me a favor. Click the like button. Let's get the likes up. But I appreciate everybody for coming out. And listen, the panel is there. You don't have to be in the chat to actually access the panel. If you want to watch it, you just click it and then you come into Discord, and you don't even need to watch the video from there anymore, from your TV or whatever. I think you can watch it from Discord, or, but in any case, if you want to hop up and speak, that's how you do it. It's through the Discord app. So just letting people know, everybody's not, so good at being in the chat, but this gives you a chance to speak, and other people get a chance to hear you too. A lot of people appreciate that, actually. So, all right, but let's hear a little more of this. Let's hear some more.
Opinion, only medical examiners should ever make cause of death determinations, because they are MDs, doctors, they're scientists. Coroners in these bohick towns making death determinations, to me, is crazy insane. The Jackson County Sheriff's Office says that the Nolan Wells case is still an active investigation, and the sheriff told the AP that his friends are cooperating with investigators, and that they, quote, assumed Nolan was going to get right back with someone else. The sheriff's office is asking people with firsthand information only to contact them. Video, audio, photos, firsthand witness accounts. That does not mean stuff that you've picked up on social media, like reposts. And Nolan's family has now retained famed civil rights attorney Ben Crump. Autopsy results are pending as of this report. I know that far too often Black justice isn't something that happens for families in America. I truly hope that Nolan's family gets the answers that they deserve.
Yeah, me too. I saw somebody in the chat. There's someone in the chat that says, this is crazy. Made up. She's lying. MDLs made up. Yo, why don't you hop up on the panel and explain how it's made up? Anonymous and unidentified. This is how important these times are. They're so important that companies, people, Republican Party, Elon Musk, foreign nations, they invest a lot of money in disinformation online and troll farms. And what they do is they try to identify political commentary, people that are real Americans that have political commentary, and they try to dissuade people from what the obvious is. Now this is why I ask people to hop up, so we can know that you're real, so we can hear your voice, right? And I also encourage people, listen, put things up on your own page that about your own life, so people can see and know that you're that at least you believe the dumb shit you're saying. Okay, so that's what I encourage people to do. Me, I'm here because I'm not scared. I'm speaking my truth. I have freedom of speech. I believe in that, and the law covers me on that, right? So I don't have anything to hide. I encourage everybody else to do the same, especially if you want folks to believe you. You know what I'm saying? In these times, these are the days of the trolls. These are the days of the troll farms. These are the days of the disinformation. And the way that it works is people are anonymous and unidentified, wanting you to believe them. So be cautious of that. Only pay attention to folks that are willing to show a little of themselves. You know what I mean? Then look into the information they're saying. I'm not saying believe them, but at least they at least believe some of the shit they saying. And there's a lot of folks like that. So, but in any case, let's move on now. Let's see here. This is from Hype TV, Hype News. Let me peep what they're saying about this story. It's a few. Then we have Roland
Reporting
Martin
live from
also.
Hypers Club, Fight Plus News, I'm John Abba. Following the latest surrounding the mysterious death of Nolan Wells, a black teen in Mississippi whose body would be found washed ashore after his friends allegedly would leave him on a remote island, a former Mississippi judge is now speaking up and highlighting some key issues he sees with the case. According to former judge, now attorney Carlos Moore, who served in a municipal court in Mississippi for a little over 6 years, someone should have been arrested by now, for several different reasons. Moore, who would end up being pushed from the bench after previously speaking out against racial discrimination on social media while serving as a judge, would take to his Facebook page on Friday night for over 30 minutes to air out questionable behavior he sees with how local officials are handling the case from the inside.
It's time out for playing games. It's time to know the truth from someone well versed in it that has actual experience. I've worn the robe, the black robe, and I've presided over these trials or preliminary hearings, arraignments, and initial appearances. Let's get started. So what do we know? We know after watching the parents' interview and reviewing tons of footage from social media, recounting interviews and statements of alleged witnesses that were on Horn Island, we know that Nolan Wells went to spend the night on July the 3rd with his so-called friends. And he went with those so-called friends to Horn Island on a boat on July the 4th. We know that out of the 4 people on that boat, 1 did not return home. That 1 person was Nolan Wells. The other 3 returned home as normal and said nothing to any member of law enforcement or to the Coast Guard until at least 11 p.m. at night on July the 4th. We know that at least 1 of the so-called friends was found with the phone of Nolan Wells. And we know this based on the testimony of the parents, specifically the mother, who tracked the phone and was led to the home of one of the young men where she retrieved the phone. We also know that based on the mother's testimony that there were no Snapchats from the day, which was very odd for her son. We also know that text messages were deleted. We know that when she was tracking the phone, Life 360 said the phone was one place and Snapchat said it was another place. We know that the boy that had the phone did not voluntarily turn it over or call first. He had to be found through their own investigation. We know that based on witnesses' account, the so-called friends were seen on July the 5th, that Sunday, having breakfast together like nothing had happened. They were not out there searching for their so-called friend. We know that the so-called friends deleted their social media, deactivated their accounts, and scrubbed it clean if the allegations are correct. We know that the young man that had the car at his house did not willingly turn over the keys. At first, he said that he did not have the keys. He didn't know where they were. Then he, after being pressed by the father, he finally turned over the keys. This is all.
All right. So let me ask you this. When a person is missing and you're the last person to see the person alive, right? And you know that the police are and the parents are actively searching for the individual, right? You have his phone. What's the reason why you wouldn't give up the phone? Wouldn't make the parents aware that you have his phone or have his car keys? Like, why wouldn't you just immediately give them over to the police? Like, what's that about? And doesn't that also speak to very poor policing? I mean, isn't that a key thing that you would look for, like somebody's phone? Wouldn't you ask people, when was the last time you seen him? Do you know where his phone is? Do you have any property? Did he leave anything on your boat? Is there any property? Did he give you? I mean, to me, it just sounds like either very, very poor policing, or people just didn't care. Like, the guy's missing. The parents are saying he's missing. Nobody else cares. Let's handle this like, oh, well, he'll just show up at any old time. He went with 3 people. The 3 people came back, said he doesn't know say they don't know where he is. The parents are like worried. And the police are like, oh, well, he'll just show up anytime soon. But the people they just talked to happen to have his phone and his car keys. Just don't know where he is. Yeah. Okay.
Very suspicious activity. We know that based on an audio recording and some video that Nolan Wells can be heard saying, give me my freaking keys. Excuse me, give me my freaking phone.
Okay, so there's a video. The last time they saw each other, there's a video of him on the island saying, give me my fucking phone. And one of the other kids that came back, he's the one who had his phone, but he would not give him his phone. I don't understand it, regardless of whether this has some racial dynamics to it, because it may not have at all, right? Outside of the fact that the system tends to not investigate certain people, but before that, who knows what the problem was, what else happened, right? But just that right there, is it okay for me to take your phone? Put a 1 in the chat if it's okay for me to take your phone and not give it back to you when you request it. Put a 1 in the chat if that is okay. Put a 2 in the chat if that is absolutely wrong. For me to have your phone, and when you say, give me my fucking phone back, I keep it. If you think that is okay, put a 1 in the chat. If you think that's wrong, put a 2 in the chat. I mean, I just want to see, because this is going to help me clarify a lot of the other comments too. It's going to help me qualify them. Let's see who thinks that's okay. Again, and the chat is open. That means I want everybody to participate, right? Otherwise, I'm going to time you out if you don't participate. If you don't put a 1 or a 2 in the chat, I'm going to be looking at it and look forward to me timing your ass out. You can come back tomorrow. Like, seriously. So let me see who didn't. Okay. 1 day only. Answer the question. Brenda, answer the question. Sweet Puffin said 2. Okay, I got you. There you go. Patrick said 2. Dan says 2. Smooth says 2. Queen says 2. Patrick, what's up, Patrick? Yeah, there you go. Let's see here. What else is there? Aid says, Ida says 2. Okay, Mariana, did I say that right? Marine, I'm sorry if I'm saying that wrong. McVeigh says 2. Calvin says 2. I'm sorry, it's because I have to look on this screen with these glasses I have on. So I could see somebody is here on a suicide mission. I don't understand why that is, and listen, you might want to go somewhere else. All right. So come back tomorrow, one day, because you have a hard time. Hold on. Let me just double check. Did you even answer? This person purposely wants to be a hard-headed asshole. Okay. There you go. You don't have to answer. We see your ass tomorrow. Okay. Because we're not here for hard-headed ass special ed motherfuckers. All right. Beat it. Okay, and put some shit up about your real life on your YouTube page. Don't waste my goddamn time. All right, what the fuck? I'm not trying to be having serious conversations with people that don't exist. All right, let's see here, or people that can't follow it. Simple, basic instructions. It's 1 or 2. Goddamn it! All right, if it's okay for me to withhold your phone. When you tell me, give me my fucking phone, if it's okay for me to withhold it, put a 1 in the chat. If it's absolutely not, put a 2 in the chat. And see, I said that's the reason why I put it this way, because now you know that whoever that was, one something, you don't even have to listen to nothing else that they said, because it shows you they are a hard-headed MFer. Okay, anything else they said, just ignore that shit, because they couldn't even answer a simple question. All right, now the rest of y'all, big up. I appreciate that. Let's continue.
And it's been 2 different versions. Some said he said, "Give me my freaking phone," or some say he said, "Give me my ML phone." Regardless, he was asking or demanding his phone. Someone had his phone who did not have permission to have his phone. So the first thing I see, the simplest thing I see, is who had his phone and why, and was that theft of the phone? Sometimes we look at the largest case, we try to get to murder, but the person that took his phone committed a crime right there. There are witnesses to who took that phone. If an affidavit is signed,
that is where the murder would start. It's like, dude, you just took his phone and now they can't find him. And he's dead. So that's where the manslaughter case would start. That now this is the person he also incidentally had a fight with, right? Because of that, right? So yeah, I don't know what they teach people, but listen, young people, you're likely, I don't know about these ones. Their daddies, their mama's a judge. The other friend's daddy, the mama's a judge, or at least the daddy's a police officer. Be careful with those types. Be careful, right? The law might not go as you planned, right? But most normal kids, regular people, don't try this shit at home. Like, do not do that. Like, you will likely go spend your ass 20 years in jail, 15 years in jail, because they will figure out very quickly that you are the most likely suspect and go through every little detail of your life and everything around you. And they're going to shake down everybody else around you too. And if somebody else is helping you by lying, they're going to go to jail too. Yeah, exactly. So one lie can get your ass in a lot of trouble. Even if you're adjacent to the person that committed whatever crime there is. So, let's continue.
An arrest warrant could be signed by a judge in Mississippi to go after that person that had that phone unlawfully. We know, based on his own words, Nolan Wells' words while he was alive, he did not give whoever had that phone permission to have that phone. So was that theft? I think if an affidavit is signed, if it was presented to me when I was a judge, I would have signed an arrest warrant for the person for theft of that phone, based on what I've heard. It'd have to be an affidavit format, but if it was presented to me in affidavit format from law enforcement, I would sign the arrest warrant for, at least at this point, theft of the man.
Okay, so those of you that don't know, this is a former judge. We watching some coverage from H News, right? Hype News, by the way. And you can find them on YouTube. Here, do this. Let me show you guys this, because this is some excellent reporting. So I just want to show y'all where we at right here. Oh, you all can't see that right there? Let me try to fix it for you. See if you can see it now. Here we go. You see that? Do yourself a favor and subscribe. There you go. They got 1 million subscribers. Hopefully I can get there one day. Now let's get back to this. This is a former judge telling you his views based on the information that he has, and it's up to date. This is in the last 24 hours. So let's continue.
We know who had it. We know who didn't report it to the family. The family had to go find it, and we know that Nolan Wells said give it back to him, and evidently it was not given back to him. Why was that? All of the other things I've stated.
That's a great question. Why did you not give back the phone when he asked for it? I mean, yeah, I guess the excuse is going to sound like, I don't know, but it doesn't mean I killed him. I don't know why I didn't give a, that's just shit that I do to everybody. Doesn't mean I killed him. You know what I mean? I mean, privilege. Wow. But it definitely means you stole something from a person who came up missing, and the next time people found them, they were dead. And it's a person you came to the island with on a boat. And when you left without him. And now he's dead. So it's not looking good for the guy. It's not looking good. Mike, you there? It's not looking.
Yeah, I'm here.
It's not looking good for him, bro. I don't see how he gonna get away with it. It's just knowing these things. More information is gonna come out. There's gonna be more forensic evidence, right? I mean,
there you go. And I think what the biggest thing is the fact that we can't deny that this just looks plain suspicious, right? Like we're not gonna say that this does not look suspicious, right? Whether there's racial dynamics involved or not, we obviously discovery will show that.
But maybe there's no racial conflict between them. Yeah. But maybe the system, though, because Trump, when he adds his shit in the FBI and Cash Patel, they gonna make it racial.
Yes. You're right. Right? They'll force that racial dynamic to make it seem like someone's being prosecuted because of race versus the fact that they're suspicious. Period. Nonetheless, they are suspicious.
It could be privilege. Again, it could be privilege though. Even without it being racial.
That does come along with race.
Yeah.
But I do think that, the privilege is them not acknowledging the fact that this does look suspicious, period. This is a suspicious. Everything about this is suspicious. Yeah.
Yeah. If you're the black parent and your kid did that, you ain't getting away with it. That much we know. You ain't killing no white kid. And it's not gonna be three black kids coming back from the island on a boat. They're like, "Oops, we don't know where his white ass is. He just disappeared, man. Oh yeah, I had his phone. We was arguing about it. I ain't want to give it back to him. Open his shut case. Yo, that's just not gonna happen. That's not gonna turn out well.
Yeah, no, it's not. It's most definitely not. And I think that's what I think that's the underlying argument, right? The fact that they didn't know what was like they're not denying a lot of these things, and they're not speaking publicly about it. If you have nothing to hide, then there should be no issue with you speaking on the subject publicly, right? But the fact that you lawyer up, the fact that you go about it in that way only kind of shows your guilt, right? Only kind of shows that some foul play, whether we can identify it now or eventually, took place. And I think that's what the bigger conversation is about, right? And they themselves know that, obviously they have a dad in law enforcement and a stepmother who's a judge. They know how the system works, right? They know how and what not to do. And clearly they're doing something to protect themselves, right? And if you have nothing to hide, there should be no reason for you to lawyer up. Go ahead.
And it's even worse because it really comes down to a jury, right? And no matter what you did, You could have came back with blood all over your whole body and shit, and the jury be like, "Well, I don't think they did it." Innocent.
That's
and
true.
He could walk, you know what I'm saying, in the wrong town, in the wrong state, Mississippi. Mississippi?
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
I
No,
mean,
you got-
just think
got
about
it right
this.
on the nose.
George Zimmerman walked. Zimmerman walked. So I mean, you know, it is, but the thing about it though, let's say that Mississippi ain't all fucked up. Which it is, right? Let's just say Mississippi ain't all racial, which it is, damn near. Okay, let's just say they got a good heart down there, that they play fair, the average person. Let's say they don't make it racial in the jury, right? Let's say the prosecutor or the defense, let's say that they all ain't in it, and just make sure that there's only nobody that can empathize with him, Nolan, is on the jury. You know what I'm saying? They can set it up like that, bro. But let's just say it's not like that. What do you think it's going to sound like? Like, what is the excuse going to be for deleting social media posts on his phone, right? Is that what happened? Did the guy,
Yeah.
what,
Yep.
who does that?
That's just no one who's not guilty.
So, yeah, I want to hear from the chat now. Who does that? Who does that? Who comes back with someone's phone that's telling them to give me my phone? You don't give them the phone back. You leave the island on the boat. You come back. You don't even give the phone to the goddamn police that's looking for him. What kind of bullshit is that? The fucking phone can help them find him. They didn't fucking give the police the goddamn phone, the Coast Guard the phone. Bro, that's insane. That is insane. But then you go, and the first thing you think of is deleting somebody else's social media shit. Am I getting this right?
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
And it's in Mississippi. See, you can have anything in Mississippi, right? It still don't mean you're right. You can.
Yeah, and you know, I do think that at the end of the day, they're going to potentially try to get it right, even if there's extreme racial bias, because Mississippi is a majority black state.
Okay,
It's
so there's going to be a lot of
51,
pressure.
52%.
Yeah,
There'll be a lot of racial tensions, regardless of whether it's in their favor or not.
Yeah.
And so I think that that's something that, you know, people do have to keep in mind, because Mississippi is a predominantly black state, and so if they get it wrong, there's gonna be some repercussions to getting it wrong, for sure.
All right, let me play some more. Let me play some more of this. Let's see.
Piece it together. Is there enough right now for arrest warrants for murder? That is a good question. I do know at this point there should have been search warrants signed by a judge. Evidence should have been presented to a judge by now. We are nearly 7 days after July the 4th, when he was first reported missing. There should have been evidence submitted by Jackson County law enforcement agents, the Sheriff's Department specifically, presented to a judge so that search warrants could be signed by the judge, and there needs to be, or should have been, someone questioning the young men, the three so-called friends, and others, and the social media accounts need to be searched by now, or at least a search warrant should have been issued for the appropriate entities to give the law enforcement access to the social media information. That should have been done by now. I'm not telling you what I imagine. I'm telling you what the process usually is when you're trying to do a thorough investigation. And based on what's revealed from a thorough investigation, I do believe once the evidence is secured is going to lead, and it should lead, to the arrest of one or more individuals for the murder of Nolan Wells. All of the actions are very suspicious, and right now they lead one to believe that one or more persons could have been involved with the death of Nolan Wells. Right now we have a lot of unsworn testimony, but once that is put into affidavit format and there is corroborating evidence through social media, computers, or otherwise, I believe that at that point there will be enough evidence for a judge to sign an arrest warrant. I think critical evidence that's missing right now are the results of the autopsy, the state's autopsy and the independent autopsy. That's going to be critical information. And that alone, or that in connection with what's already known, may be enough to lead to an arrest or arrest. We do know at this point, low-hanging fruit. There should be an investigation about the underage drinking, who provided the alcohol.
So there was also underage drinking. Wow, that's interesting. Yeah, that's a side point there. Who provided alcohol? How did they get it? Now somebody mentioned to me earlier. Oh, by the way, DD Free, appreciate that. Good looking out. Someone else mentioned there was a video. I think it was Rafika? You mentioned that there was a video where they say that one of the kids is an alleged cocaine addict, right? One of these young boys. So I'm curious how that's gonna add up. But let's hear some more because there's a few different clips here with some interesting information, all within the last 24 hours. So let's peep some more. This brother right here is a former judge, right? So he's giving his insight. This was just done how many hours ago? This is 19 hours ago. Okay, so it's fresh. Let's hear some more of it, and then we get into the rest of it. I'm gonna see what's good with Roland and a few others. Let's see.
Individuals could be immediately arrested based on if there was any sworn testimony presented to a judge. I believe a judge could immediately sign an arrest warrant for those who provided the alcohol to underage individuals. There's a lot of people and a lot of potential crimes.
That's a crime.
Some misdemeanors and felonies that people could be held accountable for. Was there any boating while intoxicated? Who was the captain of the boat? And what did he allow on his boat?
Yep.
If there were any illegal drugs possessed by anyone, drugs are still illegal in Mississippi. At least they were when I was on the bench. Drug possession, drug use, selling of drugs, dealing drugs, trafficking drugs. We've heard testimony, or allegations at least. I don't think anything's been put in affidavit format yet, about rampant drug use among certain individuals. So,
you know, it is important because, you know, drugs, being intoxicated, number one, can make people react differently in a way that is not, that a person may not, typically react or may not be necessary. But that's just alcohol alone. Some people have a quick fuse with alcohol. Even myself, if I'm drinking, having a drink, having a cocktail or something like that, just alcohol in my system, I don't want to be approached with aggression or rudeness or any, just, I'm not saying you shouldn't be in control, but I just mean over the top stuff. You could react differently on alcohol, let alone, doing doing illegal drugs, cocaine and things like that. So it speaks to what's really going on here, because and how you handle situations. Maybe it may not even just be a streak of violence that somebody has when they're high on drugs or something like that, but it could also be like the neglect to care about others' lives in general. You see what I mean? Like, this guy came home with another person's goddamn phone after he demanded it. What gives you the right to keep it? Was it the drugs that had him amped up, like feeling that way? You know what I mean? He wasn't helpful to the police. Keeping someone's drugs when a person is missing, that's not help. I mean, keeping someone's phone when the police are looking for someone, that's not helpful. Is it because the kid was high on drugs? I mean, I don't know. I'm just curious. I'm just saying. There's a lot of ways that could play into it.
There are
it affects your overall decision making, right? So
right,
it does play a big role into it, right?
Yeah.
Whether it's drinking, whether it's any other illicit drug, it is going to affect your decision making. And if so, what was that decision making based off of? Was it based off of obviously actions that could implicate you, right? And if so, then I think that's what the overall question is about when it comes to this, right?
Yeah. How did that drinking or drugs play into, how things went on, the things that happened, what happened, right? How did they play into it? Exactly. It's a part of the story, and they're going to have to get to the bottom of that to understand how things happened, what happened and how things happened, so let's see what else. Damn, this is a good breakdown here.
That's been alleged.
Oh, do me a favor, click the like button. If you haven't clicked the like button, I appreciate it. We got 170 people watching. Do me a favor, let's get the likes up. If you're watching from your TV, pick up your remote and click the like button. It's going to help more people find the stream now and also later, right? And also, those of you that's watching from your mobile, do me a favor, click the like button if you haven't done it yet. All right, I appreciate that.
And
subscribe if you haven't subscribe. That also is the magic thing. And hit the bell when you subscribe, so that you get when you get the notifications, when you hit the bell, when you subscribe, you get the notifications when we go live. So, and we live every 24 hours. So I appreciate everybody. Let's go.
The correct format, affidavit wise, it could lead to arrest for several things, including misdemeanors and maybe even felonies. So there's a lot left to do. We are not rushing to judgment, but I just thought I would come on here and tell you that there definitely should be search warrants issued by now, and there could be arrest warrants for certain crimes issued by now. But for the ultimate crime of murder, it is probably wise to wait to see what the autopsy reveals, or both autopsies reveal, and then parse that together with all the video footage, all the witness statements taken, any affidavits gathered, and then make a decision, get it all to a judge at that point, for a judge to decide whether or not to sign a warrant for the arrest of one or more individuals.
But here's the thing, man. This is really going to be a kicker right here. It is hard to fake drowning. It is very, very hard. Your body reacts a certain kind of way. If you're not breathing, that information is, when you're put underwater, that information can be found in your body. If you are breathing when you're put underwater, right? If you're forced underwater, that information will be able to be seen. You know what I'm saying? So it's not, and if you were unconscious already and thrown in the water, they can likely see that, right, in an autopsy.
Yes, they can.
So it's very difficult. That I think is going to be very, very interesting, because if it turns out that he was unconscious before he went in that water, bro, they may, another thing is, what was his physical state? Did he have a laceration on his head or something like that? But in any case, it doesn't even matter, laceration or not. If he was unconscious when he hit that water, they going down. They're going down, and they can find that out. They can find that out in an autopsy, you know. So it's going to be interesting. Also, the boat. Now, hold on. I'm not sure if he's going to mention that, but there was some mention of a boat. Let me see something. Let me see if I can look that up real quick. 2 seconds. Was the boat washed after returning from the island? I'm just curious about that. That is wild. Allegedly there's people saying that the specific claim that the boat was washed immediately after returning from the island has not been verified or confirmed by law enforcement or official investigative bodies. However, the detail is a major point of intense discussion, suspicion online. The bilge pump explanation. According to the statement posted on Facebook by Ashley Cole, a Jackson County Chancery judge and the mother of one of the boys on the boat, the friends left the island around 4:30 p.m. because the boat was having an issue with its bilge pump. Because a bilge pump is used to clear water out of the hull of the boat, online commentators have heavily scrutinized this timeline, with rumors circulating that the boat was being actively cleaned or altered. Okay. The grooming or cleaning rumors. In a high-profile case involving watercraft, internet sleuths often speculate about whether a boat was washed or destroyed. Forensic evidence like blood or DNA. No official police reports, search warrants, or statements from the attorney Ben Crump have verified that forensic evidence was washed away or that the boat was deep cleaned suspiciously. Okay. Cooperation with law enforcement. Jackson County John Ledbetter has stated that the friends have been cooperating with the investigation. Okay. Yeah, well, that's interesting. Apparently so. There's no real evidence about that happening. So let's continue.
It would be very interesting to see what the autopsy shows. There's also the potential for kidnapping. It needs to be looked at whether or not they can get to murder. Was there kidnapping? Was this young man taken somewhere against his will at any point? Was there abuse of a corpse even after he died? So there's a lot of things that need to be looked at from various law enforcement perspectives. Law enforcement has to do their job and get the information to a judge in the right format before a judge can act. Had I still been on the bench, if I wanted to act, I could not act unilaterally. I would have to wait till law enforcement brought me the evidence in the right format before I could sign an arrest warrant, before I could sign a search warrant. And so that's how the process works. That's how the process works. And so I am happy to be a retired judge. I'm always going to shoot it to you straight with no chaser. Straight with no chaser. I will tell you the God honest truth. I can tell you this one thing. I may have been born at night, but I was not born last night. And one thing about it, you cannot fool the informed. I've been on the inside. I know the process. And we will not sit quietly and allow this to be swept under the rug. I will call your hand. I will call your hand. You are not going to play these people for a fool. You are not going to play these people for a fool. We know the process, and we know what you should be doing. And by God, I plan to make sure you do it, or we're going to call you out each and every time. There is a process.
You know, if this young man, if these young men did do this, if they did kill this boy, or it turns out to be manslaughter, you know, accidental death or whatever, because of a fight, whatever, how they are not being forthright. If that turns out to be the case, the fact that they're not being forthright, is going to mean more time, pretty much. And the reason why I say that is because you will find these things out. there's not going to be, I mean, is it possible? Yo, you there, Michael?
I'm here.
Is it possible that even in Mississippi, if this turns out to be manslaughter, for example, if it turns out that there's witnesses that say, that these friends start turning on each other, right? Things like this, and they have direct testimony that that proves that one of these people killed him, right? Whether it's manslaughter or not, right? Is it any way that a jury can get out of convicting them? Like, first of all, there has to be a
Well, what happens is the jury has to convict them, but luckily in Mississippi they do have some pretty harsh penalties. So like Mississippi has some of the harshest penalties when it comes to crime.
They won't be
when it comes to sentencing.
because if there's evidence, like evidence that proves, direct evidence, like witness testimony from one of the, that proves that somebody killed him, they won't be able to actually not find him, right? Even a jury, right? They will have to, right? Or what happens if they refuse to?
And if not, the judge would step in. The judge would step in
and say you have to.
And he will ask for them to reconsider. He can't necessarily force them to, but he would ask them to reconsider their decision.
Okay. And of course, they will have a few options of what they can convict him of, whether it's manslaughter, first degree, second degree, something like that, right? Yeah. So they will, they will have a few options.
And it depends on how the DA chooses to charge them. So they can charge them for multiple charges, ideally, right? And try to get them on at least a few of those charges, right? You kind of overcharge them in order to get one of the few that you can get, and then hope for the maximum amount of sentencing, even if it isn't the charge that you want, you the maximum charge or the harshest charge.
Right.
So ideally that's how they'll try to charge it, if they do, right? And so, we'll see. Obviously, we'll see, because the DA still has to pick up the case, right? It is completely up to the DA, and that's something that we have to consider, right? I think that's what you'll understand when it comes to how Mississippi could be biased, is if their DA chooses to charge them and what their DA chooses to charge them with based off the evidence, right? And so we'll see, for sure. We'll see as information comes together, as we start getting more information from the details of how his body was found, toxicology reports. I think it obviously makes it a whole lot more suspicious if we do happen to find out that there are some substances that even Nolan was taking, right? Because he was obviously in a group. I think that would lead to furthering the investigation a whole lot more. And we'll see how it develops for the most part, because obviously they're minors. So for them to consume any type of drugs, even including alcohol, would be a big red flag. So.
Right. Yeah. Now check this out. They said that there were some discrepancies with the timeline here. It says location discrepancies. In Nolan Wells' case, highlights the intense contradictions between what the tracking app shows and what witnesses reported, and the story the friends gave to the law enforcement. Right. Ben Crump and Nolan's parents outline 3 major contradictions regarding locations and timelines. Okay. The phone's location versus the friend's story. Right. The Jackson County Sheriff stated, this is ridiculous, man, because you go to get when you lie so callously, right? Not saying he did, but let's just, I'm just saying, when people do lie and there's data to that you have to qualify and match up to people's stories, this is ridiculous. Check this. Jackson County stated that the friends claim Nolan chose to stay behind on Horn Island. Why would he choose to stay behind without his phone? Assuming he would catch a ride back to the mainland with someone else. However, Nolan's phone and car keys were not on the island with him, right? Nolan's mother used the Life 360 app to track his phone, which showed that the device was already back on the mainland, sitting inside the house of one of the friends who had been on the boat. This created a massive discrepancy. The family argues it makes no sense for an 18-year-old to willingly strand himself on a remote barrier island 10 miles out at sea without his phone or his car keys. It doesn't make sense. I mean, don't you at least want to take video of yourself on the island? He has no video taken of himself on that island. Apparently, it's all gone. Right. So maybe the fight was on that phone. I don't know. But the Snapchat story timelines. Nolan's mother noted a discrepancy between the physical location history of the phone and what was allegedly being posted or stated about the trip. Okay, I believe she's talking about the friends on Snapchat. Now, when she and her sister checked the Snapchat accounts less than 24 hours after the trip, the accounts were completely blank. The family believes the digital timeline of where the phone traveled that day was intentionally covered up or wiped before the phone was recovered from the friend's house. You know what? This is going to be major evidence because you can't hide that. They're going to find out. And the phone towers. So they're going to find out exactly where that phone was. It's damn near impossible to hide any more of these phones, you know. The conflict, they will know your trail. They will know what time you passed a certain tower. So if your arguments and your story doesn't match up to the time on the tower, you're going to look like a fool, especially on the stand. The conflicting witness accounts, and this is going to be the real interesting thing. What if they don't take the stand, bro? That's going to be damning. No one's going to believe them. If you didn't do anything, why won't you take the stand, right? Okay, the conflicting witness accounts of where Nolan went. There is a direct contradiction regarding whether Nolan ever got back on the boat to leave the island. The friend's version, what? The friend's version, they claim Nolan stayed on the island, specifically noting he was seen with a woman on the beach and chose to remain behind with her. Seen with a woman, huh? Okay. The witness version, according to Ben Crump, investigators interviewed the same woman from the island. She told a completely different story, stating that Nolan told her he was headed back to the boat to leave with his friends. Uh-oh. Damn. Well, you know, let's just say the lady. So what did they try to say? She got something to do with his disappearance? So they're blaming each other. Wow. Isn't that interesting? That's interesting.
I mean, they're trying to use her as an alibi, right? They're trying to show, hey, look, we had nothing to do with it. She was the one who held him back. Because they have to give a reason why he would want to stay back without having access to his car, his phone, right? Like, those are the things they have to justify, right? And so it looks like they just made, and again, they're kids. So it's going to be hard for them to just make something up just off the top of their head. They're not the most, not to give them, discredit them, but kids don't tend to be the most elaborate thinkers at that age, right?
Right.
And so
True.
They'll quickly be found out in lies, very soon because of the fact that, again, they're kids. They're not going to try to overthink a situation. And the fact that they've even spoken before they have representation already shows that they're not the best thinkers, right? They had to speak to their parents beforehand, right? So
this is
we'll
crazy.
see. And I think, a good part of it is the fact that, we already have just speculative circumstances as to why his death did happen, right? He's a young, healthy kid, and there's no other reason why he would die. And yeah, of course, when it comes to, drowning, there's always that small possibility, even the fact that, he was a good swimmer, because they do say that that area tends to be a little bit rough to swim in. But like you said before, they'll find that out in the autopsy if he was drowned or if he was killed prior to that. So how they'll know is if how his lungs were filled up with water. So if he was alive before the drowning, or if he was alive before the drowning, his lungs wouldn't be filled up with with water because he's not breathing, right?
If he was passed
Now, if
out,
he
you
did
mean?
drown,
If he's passed out
yeah,
before thrown in the water, there won't be lungs in his. There won't be a lot of
there will be water.
water in his lungs. And
Yes,
if he was alive when he hit the water, there would be and drowned. There would be a lot of water in his lungs.
yes.
Uh, uh,
So
uh,
essentially, they'll be able to tell that from the autopsy. And you know, from what we know, his body was found pretty much relatively unharmed, right? Aside from the obvious cause of death, but it's not like decomposition hit, right? It's not
right.
like he was missing for months and his body's dismembered, right? His body is still in relatively good health, so I mean,
Yeah.
good standing. So they'll be able to kind of divulge more from the autopsy than anything.
Yeah. Yeah.
And from there, it's up to, and again, I think there's obviously, we do have to consider, racial bias. So how that, how the coroner decides to write it up is also another thing, right? And so we'll know. And I think, hopefully, depending on how fast this moves, we'll know more or less, how the timeline. I think that's where the defense team, or not even the defense team, law enforcement, they're going to come up with a timeline. They essentially have to come up with a timeline, right? As to what happened, how it happened, when it happened, and, what they believe happened overall. And I think that's going to be interesting to see, if they do try to justify some sort of negative behaviors or, try to justify certain actions with some sort of excuse. I think that's going to be more of a sign as to if they're taking this in a biased or non-biased manner. And it is Mississippi, but like I said before, I do believe that they'll take this with very much caution because Mississippi is one of the few states that has that's the majority African American. It is one of the few states that is majority African American.
Mhm.
So if they don't treat this case right, they will have riots, they will have uproar, and that, especially in a red state like Mississippi, that hurts their economy. That hurts a lot in general. So they would have to consider, those racial dynamics to begin with. And I think that's also why they're taking it slow, right? They don't want to stir up racial dynamics, even
Yeah.
if they had a role to play. I think they're going to dismiss it as much as possible in order to, quell feelings, right? They don't want those overwhelming, because the
Right.
first, obviously, I think, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to assume that racial dynamics might have played a role into this, right?
It could
I
be
think that they
partial
just don't
motive.
want to.
It doesn't have to be one
Yeah,
motive. It could be partial motive. It could be.
exactly.
It doesn't have to be one or the other. It could be animosity about something else. The fight could start with But I just wanted to mention that because it's not always. It doesn't always have to be one motive. You know.
No, it doesn't.
Maybe there could be some there, but it could also be no racial animosity. The motive
Hmm.
could be completely different. It could be,
Yep.
yeah, because they are young and they're athletes, and
Egos, the
yeah,
whole nine,
egos,
and I do
yeah,
think
yeah,
that, like we've said before, again, Mississippi doesn't have too much racial makeup. It is pretty much just black and white for the most part when it comes to like a state like Mississippi.
yeah.
Um, it is around 48% white and the rest is black. So their racial dynamics that make up Mississippi is a bit it's not too, like, again, those are going to be pretty much the only two makeups when it comes to the racial dynamics. So yes, of
Hmm.
course, obviously he was one of the only black kids in a majority white group. But if not, it would be, vice versa. The majority would be black
Right. Yeah.
if
And it still
if
doesn't
the
mean
roles were
anything.
reversed.
Yeah. It
Yeah, it doesn't. It
yeah.
doesn't.
It's just because there are plenty of people that they don't have these kind of issues anyway. Even in Mississippi, man, some
Yeah.
people have gone past this. And maybe there's some pockets where people haven't, and maybe class. Even though it may not have any racial dynamics to it. It could even a judge. I can imagine a judge wouldn't want, or a police officer, they wouldn't want their child. They would probably do whatever they could to defend their child, even if they thought their child was guilty. And that may not have anything to do with race, more like privilege or something there, you know. But listen, by the way, bro, we are streaming on Kick right now. Everybody listen, it's 194 people watching on YouTube, but we are streaming at the same time on Kick for the first time. And so those of you watching from Kick, big up to you for checking the program
Drop the
out.
Kick link in the chat as well.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, say that again.
Drop the Kick link in the chat as well.
Okay, let me do that from my phone. I can do that from my phone. Let me try to find my phone where I don't even know where it is, but I'm going to do that in a second. Yeah, I should do that. But those of you watching from Kick, salute to you. Welcome. And the original stream, well, we're running right now. It's live, but we're running live through YouTube, and then it's being bounced over to Kick too. So I appreciate it. Listen, those of you that are watching the video, do me a favor, click the like button. We got 180 something people watching. Let's get our likes up. We got 77 likes. Let's see if we can get them up to 100. Appreciate it. I would appreciate that greatly. And then we have Michael from Brooklyn here doing the co-commentary today as usual. And so big up to Michael for showing up and bringing some insight to this dynamic. Now, we usually are doing handling a lot of political dynamics with the election, with the political parties, with Trump and things like that. But we are also, diving into some of these other issues that are happening around the country from time to time in the U.S. and also outside. So, that's why we have some good commentary from Michael. Man, I can see you breaking it down here, bro. You're very informed, even though this is not about politics today.
Yeah, no, I mean, I try to be as well-rounded, and I think, like you learn as you go, right? I think when you're passionate about certain things, you take the time to educate yourself, find out the more nuances, and critically think about subjects like this, because it is I think especially in today's climate, both political and current events, racial dynamics have been a very big thing. Unfortunately, I think it's shocking that
ties into politics.
Exactly, it does. And so I think, and also hopefully in the future, what we'll do, depending on some of these topics, depending on our verbiage, because Kick does have a lot more leeway. So we might be segueing some of our topics starting on YouTube and segueing to Kick as well, to get some more leeway in terms of language and verbiage if we do choose to push the bar, right?
Totally, man, because sometimes YouTube, man, YouTube has they shadow banned me at one time, and then other times if you curse somebody out on this damn thing, they don't, the sponsors don't want to sponsor your videos anymore, but what the heck, we keeping it, we still keeping it 100 over here. You know what I'm saying? We have to give back what we getting. So if we getting back positive insight from the audience and positive energy, we give it back. But sometimes we get some damn fools out here, and they have to be addressed too. So you know what I mean? Because we don't have life to waste. Our time is valuable. You know what I'm saying? We not to be toyed with either. You know what I'm saying? And life is difficult right now. These are extreme times. So anybody out here taking things for a joke, you got the wrong one. You know what I'm saying? But in any case, let's flip over now to, I want to hear what the family had to say. This is Good Morning America, and the family is actually about to say some words here. They're being interviewed. So let's peep and see what
The parents of Nolan Wells speaking out, calling for a full and transparent investigation into their son's death.
We just want to know what happened and why our baby didn't come home.
Wells mysteriously disappeared on the 4th of July after boating to Horn Island off the coast of Mississippi with friends. Those friends telling investigators Wells decided to stay on the island.
It's so hard for me to believe that he would choose to stay on the island. It just wasn't his character. It wasn't his character.
2 days later, police discovered Wells's body on the north end of the island in the water. And this morning, there are new questions about his...
Okay, so you know what I want to know? I want to know how far is that swim. So let me peep this, because there was
it's Horn Island. So if you want to look it up, look up Horn Island in Mississippi, right off Mississippi.
Swim from Horn Island to the mainland. I'm curious about that. Yeah, because now swimming is a nice thing, but you're not always going to want to take a swim if it's a significant distance. It's 10 miles, man. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, no, that's no.
Get the fuck
Not
out
even
of
a
here.
professional swimmer
What the
would
hell?
be able to do that.
What
Get the
the
hell
fuck?
out of here.
Ain't nobody trying. Yeah, last time I seen him, he was with a girl. I guess he wanted to take a swim home. No, no. Guess he wanted. He just like fuck it, man. Fuck it. Me and her, we will get down here, and I'll take a swim home. That is ridiculous. That is ridiculous. It is 10 damn miles. 10 damn miles. I mean, how far is it from Cuba? You know what the fuck? This is long, bro. Listen. The distance alone, swimming 10 miles in open ocean water is comparable to swimming a marathon. Even highly trained elite ultra marathon swimmers require boat escorts, nutrition support, and optimal conditions to attempt a distance like that. And that is what the fuck is
Like normally without any type of boat assistance, the max is like anywhere between 3 to 5 miles of swimming. Even that's a lot. You know, you have to be in the most peak like you have to be a 1% of a 1% of swimmers to be able to attempt that. So 10 miles is even insane. You are literally your Olympic level swimmer, which clearly he's not. So come on.
It's crazy. It's crazy. Like who thought of that one? I'm curious who said that he said he was going to swim back. Like did somebody just guess that or anyway, yeah. So that was pretty much out of there. No, he was there having fun like everybody else. And when you're having fun like everybody else, you're not trying to swim 10 fucking miles, okay, at the end of your fun. Like, what is this, man? This is ridiculous. Hold on. Let me ask one more question here before I let this roll. Who suggested? I'm sorry I'm laughing. I know this is tragic. It's just, come on. When is it going to end? Okay. No one officially claimed he tried to swim 10 miles back. Okay. The narrative, Jackson County, okay, comes from local, okay, mainland. Instead, the idea of him being a swimmer in the water comes from local law enforcement working. Are you motherfuckers dumb? It is local law enforcement that suggested this. Can you believe that? What's wrong with these people, bro?
See, that's where the implicit bias starts to kick in.
He's a Negro. He can do it. He's a Negro. He can do anything. He can swim to Mars. What the fuck? His body was built to do it. Like, what the fuck? That is that's some poor investigating right there. That is poor.
That's a poor assessment, right? That's a poor assessment. They're not even investigating because they did no investigation. That's an assessment they made on their own without being educated enough to even understand the implications of it, what it means to swim 10 miles in rough waters. That's insane.
Listen to this. No one has officially claimed that Nolan tried to swim 10 miles back to the mainland. Instead, the idea of him being in the water comes from local law enforcement's working theory that he accidentally drowned after being left behind. It is law enforcement. You know something? Can you find me a video where they said this? Can you find me a video where they said this? I wouldn't have even thought that they would 10 miles. This is their theory. This is law enforcement's theory. This is crazy. This is crazy. Let me pull this one out real quick just so we can hear it, man. This is just too goddamn bizarre. Man, you're never gonna. Sometimes you just think things are going to get simpler.
They didn't voluntarily tell her they had his phone.
Let me shut
They didn't voluntarily say they had the keys. So if they had not been tracked down, we don't know if they ever would have known where it was. Some of this doesn't make sense. So we are absolutely in National Action Network and other groups going to rally behind this family. I have told them that whatever we can and need to do, we will do it because this smacks of some of the worst fears that we've had historically, not only in Mississippi, but in this country. And we are there until the end with them. I've been asked by the family to be in Mississippi for the funeral to officiate which I'm going to do. We just got off the phone with Tyler Perry, the actor who says he wants to help cover whatever expenses for the funeral. We have with us Spike Lee is in the house. Many of our people that have always supported families are there. This is not about them trying to raise money. We're going to take care of that. This is about, though, they got to keep going forward. But we want justice, and let the chips fall where they may. If it ends up being one way that we suspect was wrong, fine. But if it's another way, don't back up and play games with this. They are not activists or lawyers. So they only want justice for their son. I'm an activist. When we get there and they say we heating things up, that's what we do. Because sometimes you got to make people sweat to get the poison out their system. I'm the sweat man. And they are the parents that want to see justice for their son. Let me let you hear from Christine and Elmer Wansley and then Attorney Crump. Let them hear. Okay, Attorney Crump, and then we'll hear from the parent.
Okay. Thanks, Rev. Y'all can come on up before we're going to be together. Thank you, Reverend Al, for always answering the bell as you have done on so many occasions when families get the worst news of their life. And make no mistake about it, Christine and Elmo got the worst news of their life on what was supposed to be a joyous occasion where everybody was celebrating the 4th of July weekend. I'm Attorney Ben Crumpet, along with Attorney Lisa Park and Jared Preston.
Okay, I'm going to pause. I thought they were going to narrow this down. Let me see something here. It says statements doubting the drowning theory. I want to see the police. I want to see a video where the police give this theory. That's what I want to see. Why isn't it? Let me see here. They have the full statements, but I want to see this specifically. Sheriff speaks out about okay, here we go. Okay, drowning theory 058. So let's do that. Can I click this? 058. Here we go.
They believe Wells drowned, but the sheriff stressed their work is still ongoing to determine exactly what happened.
We're awaiting the state's autopsy report from the medical examiner's office.
Wells' family attorneys launching their own investigation. They allege his cell phone was returned with deleted text to take on water.
I believe I'm aware that she said that, or she may have made that in a written statement, but it's...
This morning, investigators in Mississippi are combing over videos taken on Horn Island around the hours Nolan Wells was last seen alive, including this clip from social media that has gone viral, the contents of which are unclear.
I don't know the origins of that video at this point, but yes, we are looking into it, and that's been brought to our attention.
Wells and his friends were celebrating the 4th of July. The sheriff now looking into claims from the mother of one of the friends, who says Wells decided to stay behind when a mechanical issue caused their boat to take on water.
I believe I'm aware that she said that, or she may have made that in a written statement, but as far as our findings of that, that's still part of our ongoing investigation.
ABC News confirming one of Wells' friends on the trip made a missing persons report to the Coast Guard around 11 p.m. that night. Wells' mother filing her own report with the Sheriff Department just after midnight. Authorities have said they believe Wells drowned, but the sheriff stressed their work is still ongoing to determine exactly what happened.
We're waiting.
All right, so they're saying it's their theory. Now, stayed behind story. Sheriff John Ledbetter addresses the written statement made regarding Nolan staying behind due to a boat mechanism. Okay, so iPhone. Okay, so let me see here, but okay, let me see something. I want to see how they came up with that theory. That's what I'm curious about. Let's see here. The idea that Nolan tried to swim back did not come from the police. In fact, the police explicitly stated they do not believe he tried to swim back to the mainland. The rumor about swimming back actually developed on social media as a game of telephone, heavily fueled by public confusion and okay, so the theory involved. Okay, so the police say they believe he drowned. The theory evolved through the following stages. The police actually stated Jackson's County Sheriff Ledbetter officially stated to the media that they believe Nolan accidentally drowned right at the island, not during a swim back home. The sheriff's precise working theory, as stated to the Associated Press, was, from the people we've talked to, it sounds like he chose to stay on the island with the assumption that he was going to ride back to the mainland with someone else. Because his body was later found on the northwest tip of Horn Island, an area notorious for deep drop-offs and intense rip currents, the police theory was that he entered the water locally at the beach and got swept away by the current. How the swim theory sparked on social media. When the public learned that Nolan's white friends returned to the mainland with his car, keys, wallet, and phone, leaving an 18-year-old black teen completely stranded on a remote barrier island 10 miles out at sea, people on TikTok, Facebook found the narrative deeply alarming. Internet sleuths began analyzing how a stranded person could possibly escape an uninhabited island with no ferries, leading to massive speculation. Okay, so this is where it comes from, online. Did he try to swim after the boat? Did he try to swim to the mainland out of desperation? The family's pushback solidified the discussion during the national press conference. The family's attorney, Ben Crump, brought up Nolan's swimming abilities to reject the police accidental drowning theory entirely. Crump emphasized that Nolan was 6'1" college football athlete in peak physical condition who was an excellent swimmer. Crump used this fact to argue that if Nolan had simply stepped into the water and drowned right at the packed beach with 200 holiday beachgoers around, someone would have. Right. Now I see. Okay, so essentially, this is a lot of mixed up concepts. Crump didn't say he tried to swim back. The theory, and the police didn't say he tried to swim back. The theory is that he drowned swimming on the island, just around the island, just taking a dip, and he drowned. Right. So the boys say, or the young men say, that they last saw him with a girl, and that Nolan says that he was going to stay behind and get a ride back because he was going to hang out with this girl. The girl that the boys stated he was staying behind with, she says the opposite story and says that no, Nolan told me he's going back with the boys to the to Mississippi. Somewhere between those two incidents, he drowned, allegedly drowned, right? Now let me find out one more thing. Where exactly was his body found? What was it, on shore or in the water? I want to see on a map. Let's see here. I'm just curious. I want to see if they have it up on the map. Let me see here. I appreciate everybody for joining us. We're about to flip the script now. It's only been 2 hours and 30 minutes, so we got an hour left. So do me a favor. If you haven't clicked the like button, do that. Click the like button. It's going to help more people find the stream now and later. Also, subscribe if you're not subscribed. Click the bell, the notification button, the bell, if you want to know when I'm live. We do this about once a day, so I appreciate it. Today is always with me pretty much is Michael from Brooklyn doing political commentary and other commentary as you heard today. So let's keep it pushing here. Let's see here. Big up to the mods too in the chat. Rafika, and Eric. By the way, Rafika was up here giving some commentary too. But if you haven't heard Eric is hilarious with his commentary now. So don't sleep. Don't sleep. He's a wild one. So, but in any case, let's see here. Now, it says Nolan's body was recovered on the morning of June 6th. Let me pull this up. 2026 at the northwest tip of Horn Island, a wilderness barrier island off the coast of Mississippi. Shore or water, there have been slightly varying descriptions between agencies regarding whether he was fully submerged or on land. Well, how can it be so many discrepancies, man? Like, there's a lot of discrepancies coming up in this story that just keep being unclear, right? So let's see here. There have been varying regarding whether he was fully submerged or on land. But according to the statements from the law enforcement, the search teams, he was found in the water just offshore, but elements of the tide interacted with his location. Okay. So the sheriff's account, and I'm curious, but in any case, the sheriff's account, Jackson County, Sheriff John Ledbetter stated that a National Park Service ranger spotted Nolan at approximately 8:45 a.m. in the water just offshore, just off the west end of Horn Island. The search team observers, Brian Trasher, the vice president of the United Cajun Navy, the volunteer organization assisting with the search, was flying an aerial search plane over the island when the body was recovered. He noticed that from what ground crews observed, it appeared a wave or tide may have been actively washing his body up towards the beach line at the northwest point when he was spotted. Because the northwest end of Horn Island features a sharp sand split, the step drop-offs at highly unpredictable, powerful rip currents, his location in the water, there's what is heavily influenced local authorities' initial working theory, accidental drowning. Now, let me see something. Now, this is called Horn Island, right? This is called Horn Island. Can I click that right there?
Yeah, Horn Island. Horn Island is the island that they visited. And the reason why it was uninhabited as well is because there was no fresh water in particular.
Okay.
To be able to foster any type of life there on that particular island. But yeah.
Okay. Let me just, while we're here, let me just see what this looks like on this map real quick. Okay, so this is Horn Island. Let me see. Can y'all see this? Let me make it a little smaller so everybody can see. All right, so this is Horn Island, right? Boop, boop, boop. That's Horn Island. Not really too sure about this one. This is Horn Island. So they're saying northwest tip. Is that what they said? Let me go back and read this one more time. They said northwest tip. Let me go back. Oh, wow. Come on now. Okay, Horn Island, northwest tip. Okay, so they're calling it the northwest tip. So this is Horn Island. Ooh, northwest tip? This is Horn Island. What is the northwest? Okay, northwest. Okay, so that's, I get it. So that's around here to the left towards the mainland. Left towards the mainland. That's where that is. Left towards the mainland. Let me bring this up more in the center. Left towards the mainland. All right. So it's to the left side, right? Where it says Horn. So every place from Horn to the left is the northwest tip, right? So that would be north. Everybody knows what north is. And west, the furthest to the island, to the point headed towards the mainland. So the mainland would be like where it says Gulf Hills right here, blah, blah, blah. Where it says 10, Route 10, that's north. Okay. And so, yeah, so the northwest tip would be right about here, right? Something like that, or something right here in the water there. Let me zoom in. Northwest tip, right? Right about here. Aha. No, a little longer. Okay. So that would be right here. Right around here somewhere, right? They said he was being washed up. So All right. So depending on how the currents are right here, this is where they get the theory from. So I don't think police would, to be honest, would go on record trying to lie about the currents here, because anybody's going to be able to find out what the currents are really like. So if you're a police officer and you're lying about this shit, just trying to make up currents, I don't think that's going to work, because this is daily, right? According to the weather patterns and, but this would be daily. It might be a little heavier when the weather's a little acting up, but this was a sunny day, right? This is good. This is summer weather. So, but it's an interesting location. It's good. I haven't, I've never been to the Gulf, right? I've driven through New Orleans, over to Texas, but I've never spent time in the Gulf here. So, I can imagine it's pretty beautiful, a nice place to have some vacation time. Okay, that's near Cat Island. Yeah, okay, so let's just get back to this. Sorry about that. I just wanted to peep this myself. Now, let's continue.
The parents of Nolan Wells speaking out, calling for a full and transparent investigation into their son's death.
We just want to know what happened and why our baby didn't come home.
Wells mysteriously disappeared on the 4th of July after boating to Horn Island off the coast of Mississippi with friends. Those friends telling investigators Wells decided to stay on the island.
It's so hard for me to believe that he would choose to stay on the island. It just wasn't his character. It wasn't his character.
2 days later, police discovered Wells's body on the north end of the island in the water. And this morning, there are new questions about his cell phone. Wells's mother telling our Michael Strahan his phone was left behind. And when the family retrieved it, it appeared some texts were deleted and his Snapchat accounts were empty.
I was just like, that can't be. Like, I've seen Nolan whenever he snaps. Like, when he goes and he's having fun, like, he does videos. Like, there was absolutely nothing.
Police are also looking at this video posted to social media that the family says shows an argument involving Wells on July 4th, but the contents are unclear. The sheriff's department is asking the family to turn over the phone to investigators.
We're working towards the same goal as the family, okay? We want a thorough investigation.
But the family has decided to do an independent investigation, including their own autopsy. Their son's body has been flown from Mississippi to Washington, D.C. with the help of former NFL player and activist Colin Kaepernick.
It is because the family has distrust of the Mississippi law enforcement officials giving them a fair investigation.
Wow.
There is this notion that, it was nothing wrong, no foul play, let's just sweep it under the rug. Well, we refuse to sweep it under the rug.
Nolan's parents saying they will not give up until they have answers.
He will be missed greatly, not by us, but by the whole community.
Okay, that's interesting. So they don't trust law enforcement. All right.
The family of Nolan Xavier Wells is demanding a transparent investigation into his death. The 18-year-old went missing over the July 4th holiday weekend. After taking a boat trip with friends, his body was found on Monday. The Jackson County Sheriff has asked for any witnesses or people with video to come forward, as there are a lot of questions, you probably have a lot of them, about his death. His family has hired civil rights attorney Ben Crump, who has raised questions about what he says are conflicting accounts from friends who last saw Wells and messages Wells' family say were deleted from his phone.
Let me read one of the comments here. James Richard says, "You guys are completely speculating. We used to do this as kids, come up with our own stories and make worse than what it was." Okay, James, why don't you hop up and explain that? Let me see. Here's the panel. Boom. Okay. And, maybe we are doing some speculating. What are you doing? You just speculated. Is this not speculation? You guys are completely speculating. We used to do this as kids, come up with our own stories to make worse than what it was. Is that speculation, James? Okay. Now, anyway, let's continue.
He also has.
We're also reading the facts as stated, by the police and others, okay, regarding the case. So, but we're allowed to give our view and what we think. So thank you for pointing that out.
raised
I hope you join in the speculation also.
questions about whether race played a component in the investigation. At a news conference just yesterday, Wells's mother made a plea for more information.
I would hope that any parent who, God forbid, would be in our situation, I would hope that you would do the same thing. I would hope that you would ask for.
But James, let me ask you a question. And everybody else, do you think the mother is in her rights to feel the way that she feels, given the facts, right? Yeah. Or do you just think she's wrong for feeling this way based on the facts? Put a 1 in the chat if you think the mother is wrong for feeling the way that she feels based on the facts. Put a 2 in the chat if you think she's within her rights perfectly for feeling the way she feels based on the facts. I think she's well within her rights. You know, I'm curious who disagrees with that. But let's continue. The chat is open, by the way. It's not even in subscriber mode. So I'm looking forward to get everybody's views on that. Is the mother well within her rights to feel the way she feels based on the facts? Put a 2 in the chat if you think so. If you think she's not, put a 1 in the chat. Let's see. Let's continue.
Receive any help to get answers, because at the end of the day, that's all we want. We just want to know. We just want to know what happened and why our baby didn't come home.
Joining us now are MS Now reporter Maya Eaglin and the Reverend Al Sharpton, host of MS Now's Politics Nation and president of the National Action Network. You could see him behind Wells's mother there in that video. Maya, I want to start with you. There are so many questions in this story. And there's a timeline that we have, and we want to put it up for folks. On July 3rd, mother says he made the family dinner before leaving. Yep. July 4th, videos of Nolan on boats with friends. Witness accounts claim Nolan decided to stay on Horn Island without his phone. That's what his friends say. Evening of July 4th, Nolan reported missing. Family says location of his phone and car keys conflict with witness accounts. July 5th, family and community members searched for Nolan around Horn Island by boat. State officials also searched. On July 6th, his body was found near Horn Island. Can you help us fill in the blanks, and what questions do we have answers to at this point?
Yeah, a lot of questions. Remember, this is an 18-year-old teenager, right? His family says he was loving. He brought a lot of humor to his community. Horn Island is only accessible by boat. So this, apparently, according to his mother and family, was a group trip that was planned for him and his friends to take to celebrate the July 4th holiday. Once he got to the island, we're hearing witnesses say Nolan decided to stay there and possibly arrange some other way to get home. That's really what the parents are confused about. They're saying that's really unlike his son. They're saying it's confusing as to why his phone and his car keys weren't with him on that island if he really did stay. And there's a lot of questions here. There's another graphic I want to pull up for people. Why did he not return with his friends? How did he die? Right? That is the big one. Where were his phones and keys? So the family is now conducting an independent autopsy, and they're asking the public for more video, any information. Again, there's no clear motive here. It's all still ongoing, but it's on a lot of painful historical context of things that we've seen in this country.
Has there been any initial autopsy done yet, or any conclusion about cause of death?
We know that the local police department has conducted an autopsy. That has not been released yet, and we don't know the timeline on when they are going to release that. So the family is conducting their own separate one, and maybe we'll get that one a little bit sooner, but it's unclear right now.
Rev, let's bring you in here into the conversation to pick up on a fact here that Maya brought up. There are some painful historical not so much parallels as much for every African American in this country. When they heard the story of what happened to Nolan Wells, a chill went through them. Talk more about why this death of Nolan Wells is resonating so broadly and so loudly for Black families around this country.
Well, given the history of Mississippi, and given the unknown aspects of what happened to Nolan, it certainly brings back some of the worst fears we've had, not only in history, but in recent times. That does not mean that this will go either way. I think the reason that National Action Network and
All right, so just so people know, this is what's coming up in Gemini. When I asked the question, how would he, how long would it take him to get back to his own car from the island, right? Since that was the idea, right? His friend has the keys to his car. The car was at his friend's home, right? Actually. So the phone, the car, and the keys were all at his friend's home, right? Now, it says here that where was the car left? On July 3rd, the night before the boat trip, Nolan stayed over at one of his friend's houses. He drove his own car there and parked it at the house before they departed for the marina and Horn Island next day morning trip, right? The struggle to get the keys. When Nolan failed to return from the island and his parents began frantically looking for him, his father, Elmore Walmsley, went to that friend's house to retrieve Nolan's belongings. Okay, so they knew he was there the night before. He stayed the night before with these friends. The friend's response: Nolan's father described a highly frustrating interaction when he asked for the car keys initially. The young man at the house told him he didn't know where Nolan's keys were. However, just 5 minutes later, after making a quick phone call to someone else, the young man suddenly found the keys and handed them over. So this is the interaction the father is claiming took place. Now, do you believe his father, or do you think his father would lie about it? Or do you think his father's just confused and is being inaccurate about that interaction? His father publicly noted that this specific moment was when he completely lost trust in the friend's story, stating, "Now I feel like you lied to me." The fact that Nolan's car keys, wallet, and his cell phone were all completely separate from him. So it's not just the car keys, it's not just his cell phone, but his wallet also. Okay, were all completely separate from him while he was left on a remote island remains one of the core reasons the family is pushing for a criminal investigation. Now, because how long would it take him to get back? If they left him there, it's a good idea to know, what's it like? Like, what was Nolan's idea in his mind? If that's true, what was he thinking? Was he thinking, yeah, I could just get a ride back on somebody else's boat and, and get back to my car, and then go find my friend, grab my keys from them, and then be on my way, right? Because Horn Island is uninhabited, federally protected wilderness barrier island located 7 to 10 miles out at sea. There are no commercial ferries, water taxis, bridges, or roads. It's strictly accessible by private vessel. So if he's going back with someone else, they would have to have their own vessel. If Nolan had actually been left behind alive and uninjured, his options to get back to his car would look like this: hitchhiking, a ride with another boater. Since the 4th is on the busiest boating day of the year, there were hundreds of people on Horn Island. The transit time: if he successfully asked another boater for a ride back to the mainland, a standard recreational boat ride from Horn Island to the Ocean Springs or Biloxi Marina takes about 20 to 45 minutes, depending on the speed of the boat. The logistics: once back at the marina, he would then have to find a way to travel to his friend's house to get his keys and car. A task made significantly harder because he did not have his cell phone to call an Uber or his parents. So he would be totally relying on someone else. His life would be utterly in someone else's hands, completely. Stranded overnight. If he was unable to secure a ride before the beach cleared out, he would have been forced to stay on the island because Horn Island is completely undeveloped. It has no electricity, buildings, or running water. He would have been stranded until the park ranger or another boater spotted him the next day. The central mystery: the fact that a ride home could take less than an hour if he caught a boat is exactly why his family finds the story suspicious. If Nolan told a witness he was walking back to his friend's boat to leave but his friends claim he chose to stay behind. The family argues he never would have willingly chose to stay on an empty island overnight with no food, no water, no wallet, no phone. Now, and apparently they're saying that the witness that the boys claimed Nolan said he was going to stay with, this girl, the girl says no. Nolan said he was going back with them. So, but let me see. Once at the marina, if he did get back to the mainland, how long by car or bus, right, would it take to retrieve his car? I'm just curious how far it is. I don't know how far it is, right? So I'm just curious just to get an idea of what that would look like, because these are all things he would, I'm assuming if you like me, I would want the logistics down, right? Even if I did try something like this. Okay, so they're saying by Uber, it could take like 10 to 15 minutes. Assuming Nolan had arrived back at the Ocean Springs Marina where the boat trip departed and returned, the travel time to get to his friend's house to retrieve his car would be relatively short, but heavily restricted by the lack of public transport. So there's no bus. Okay, you need a car. By walking, 30 to 60 minutes. If he was forced to walk to the marina and to the city neighborhoods without a phone or money, it would have taken him anywhere from 30 minutes to over an hour, depending on exactly what neighborhood walking. Okay, bus, not an option. There's no bus. Ocean Springs and wider Jackson County do not have robust traditional city bus systems or public transport lines that run regularly between marinas and residential neighborhoods. A bus would have not been a viable way for him to get back. The family's point. Short distance by car is exactly what makes the situation so agonizing for Nolan's family. If Nolan had simply made it back to the marina, he was only minutes away from his car. The fact that he never showed up at the marina, never arrived at the friend's house, and his body was found back on the island indicates to the investigators and his family that he never made it off. Yeah, so he never made it off the island. So let's see some more here. It's tragic.
Got involved is to make sure the family gets all the support it needs to find out what it is. They've said that we're not saying it's race, but we're not saying it wasn't race. And it could be race at two levels. One, it could be at the actual trip. Two, it could be the investigators that are law enforcement in Mississippi, which a lot more people have a lot of concern about. So when the family and Attorney Ben Crump came to me in the press conference yesterday, was at National Action Network's headquarters, it was to raise the concerns. It's one black young man, 18 years old, with three young whites. They ended up back saying that he wanted to stay, yet one of them had his cell phone, one of them had his car keys. It just does not add up. Mm-hmm. And we're saying that we intend to be present and keep the efforts forward to help this family until they can find out some reasonable way. The one thing we know, this young man is dead, and three young men with him is not. They possessed his keys and his cell phone. His mother also raised.
This is somebody in the chat said this. Josh Hanley, my red flag. Why leave someone out there and take the only means of contact? Exactly. Look, why would you leave your friend, even if he said go? Why would you leave him? Why would you take his keys? Why would you take his wallet? And why would you take his phone? Like, you mean there's three guys and none of them thought that he would need any of those things on this fucking island? That doesn't make any sense. What if you need to pay somebody for a ride back? What if you do find someone who has a boat and say, you know what? I don't live that direction to where you need me to drop you off. But if you give me $20, $30, whatever, $40, something like that, $40, $50, just send me a cash app. I'll take care of that. No problem, man. No problem. Just help me deal with the gas, whatever. Right. He couldn't even do that because he ain't even got his phone. So, it just seems like listen, I'm just going to be straight about it. Put a 1 in the chat if you think it's more likely that there is foul play. Put a 2 in the chat if you don't think there's any foul play, if there's any chance of any foul play based on what you've heard now. Okay. Because, don't worry. I like to see who's out there. There are some trolls here, so I like to see who they are. So you can see that when you have the poll up, which we have a poll in the chat too, you don't get to see who they are. But now I get to see it, So come on in. The chat is open. Let's see who puts a 1 and a 2 in the chat. Like, to me, seems like it's I wouldn't be able to see how this is not foul play. It's just too many stupid things that you have to skip over. Oops, they did that wrong, did this wrong. Would you treat a friend like this? Nope, but they did it anyway. Would you treat a friend like this? Would you do this one to a friend? Nope, but they did it anyway. But if a guy was really, really your friend, would you do this? Yeah, nope, but they did it anyway. It's just like they did everything fucking like he's not a friend. Yo, what the fuck? With friends like this, who needs enemies, yo? That's all I'm saying. Like, don't be leaving with my motherfucking keys and my goddamn wallet and my fucking phone. The phone is the most vital. You're not going to get anywhere without your phone. And they just happen to leave with all 3 things? Woo! I see nobody put a 2 in the chat. I guess the trolls are like, fuck it. I don't want to expose myself. All right. Well, yeah, folks, this is really rotten. Let me see what Roland got to say about this real quick. I'm curious. Big up to Roland Martin too, and everybody else has been doing some commentary on this. But I want to see how Roland, if he has any information that Legacy Media hasn't really dealt with on this matter. Let's see here. Let's go.
You kind of know what someone else is doing, unless they decide to just go off on their own, and that's why people are saying, what the hell? What the hell is going on? What took place here?
Well, of course, Roland. I mean, 4 kids left, 3 white, 1 black. The black kid didn't come back with them. They were on a boat to get there. So when they were coming back, they knew he wasn't there. Why would you leave? Why wouldn't you go figure out what happened? And, it just doesn't smell right to me. But, so many black parents try to put their kids in a better situation, or so they think, and they put them with white people. I mean, and I don't want to say, I hate to say it, because we hear this story over and over and over again, and they don't know what happened. Of course they know what happened. So the police need to be interrogating them to find out what's going on and what happened to Nolan. And I pray for his mom. I pray for his family, who would expect that their son would go away with quote unquote friends and not come back. And when he's found, he's dead. So I suspect that the time that the kids have been back without him, they've been coming up with the same story. I suspect their parents have probably already contacted lawyers, and they're trying to CYA, you know what that means, cover their asses. But we hear this story over and over and over again, and black people think that integration was great. It wasn't. In 2026, we see that a black kid is not safe when he goes out with his white friends on an island. And I mean, I think black parents need to pay attention.
Again, we do not. Here's what. Again, this was a.
Yeah. What are you lawyering? That's a good question. Why lawyer up? Like, what could come out of this? Like, let's say all the facts that we're given so far. Does it equal murder? Does it equal manslaughter? What does it equal? Maybe it equals a civil case, right? Maybe it equals something in the civil world, but criminal world so far, without a smoking gun. Right, without something like the him coming back with the water. If there was water in his lungs, then obviously that would point closer to he drowned. Right. If there's no water, if there's very little water in his lungs, that means he was unconscious when he hit the water. That points towards manslaughter or murder. Right. So, but without that kind of evidence. Right. Or something else. They already, I guess they reviewed the body and they didn't see any lacerations on the head or something like that. Right. But they didn't see any choke marks, something like that. I hope they looked for those things. But there's still more that could be done. I mean, but this sounds like it's missing a lot of key evidence here. Like, who witnessed the 3 boys leave? Who witnessed them leave the island? That's what I want to know. I mean, because there was a lot of people when you look at these videos and you look at these pictures, there's a lot of people on the island. So who witnessed them leave without Nolan? And who else witnessed Nolan on the island? Was it just this girl? That the girl says that no, he was going back with the boys. That's what she says Nolan told her. So I'm curious. And you know something else? This is a nationwide story. This is a national story at this point. Whoever else was on that island is likely to have seen more corroborating evidence that hasn't come out yet. It would probably take and if you were investigating it, if you were the police really doing your job, you would not tell people who else you have talked to since that time. You wouldn't tell them more because you would want to know, you would want to let these boys feel like they got off. If somebody came to you and said, nah, man, I saw those boys leave with Nolan on that boat. If someone said that to the police are not going to tell anybody else at this point. I don't think. I'm talking about if they said that after the fact. I'm not talking about initially. I'm not talking about when the police made their initial statements. I'm talking about since that time now. Everything that we watched is within a 24-hour period to 7-hour period to now. So this is all after the initial police comment. And I'm just saying, if somebody has come forward since after a 24-hour period of that day or after the police made the initial comments, it could be possible that they're not telling anybody. You see what I'm saying? It could be possible they're keeping it for themselves because in a real murder investigation, you don't necessarily tell anybody it's a murder investigation. And you let the people who did it hang themselves by continuing to lie. That's what you do. You get more information out of people and more condemning information by watching them lie. So I just want to put that out there to people. Now let me see what the chat is talking about. No one person in the party said that. Okay. No one person in the, well, so far we don't know that. That's not, you don't know if anyone said anything because people, obviously the people may not have all known that something happened. People figure that out later, right? It takes time for evidence to come in. Okay, where's the report from the police autopsy? Yeah, that's a good question. Let me peep that real quick. The autopsy apparently doesn't say much, but let me see. Give me. Yeah, okay, that's a good one. I'm gonna pull that up. And now let me see. In the meantime, let me see what else anybody else is saying here. They left the island and went to a party. Well, damn. There you have it. Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah. They left the island and went to a party after. Okay. That's going to be interesting to see how people were behaving at that party after. Right. Let me see. One kid deleted an old image and disabled comments. Yeah. There you go, Smooth. I hear you. Nolan was at the party. They brought his body back to the... What? Okay, I didn't hear that. Anybody else hear that? Nolan was at the party? Let me see. Okay, also. I don't think that sounds right, but is this what people are saying now? Is this what people are saying now? Is there more information coming out? Let me see. This is according to online debate. The family's attorney, Ben Crump, addressed the image directly, providing the following. Okay, so there's an intense online debate regarding the exact question. While official investigators have not confirmed it, a purported photo has recently surfaced on social media that appears to show Nolan at a land-based pool party after the island trip. If that picture was not posted in real time and was posted in retrospect, whoever posted that picture is going to be under intense scrutiny. The family's attorney, Ben and who posted it? Who posted that picture? Anybody know who posted it? You know who posted that picture on online? Yes, there's a picture on him. Who posted it though? Oh, you on mute? Okay, let me pull you off, Mike. My fault. There you go. Yo, you off of mute, Mike. Sorry about that. I heard something in the background. Okay, let me check that out. Let me ask that question too.
I didn't hear about that. That must be something on specific to like online forums.
Yes.
Because that's very speculative, and I do think that at the end of the day, it would have been covered by even legacy media, right? Like once something like that comes out, they would definitely at least even mention it. So I don't know how true that is.
The for people to know, the official there is no official autopsy released yet because they're still waiting to get the toxicology report before they release it. So no one knows if what they found yet. It hasn't been released. And that's why I'm saying you don't know really. Nobody knows really what the police are doing right now. Because if there was a murder investigation, they ain't going to tell you. If they suspect those boys of murder, they're not going to say, "Hey, we suspect these boys of murder. We just need some more information." That's all. They're not going to say that. It's like,
and they legally wouldn't. They legally can't because it'll hinder the investigation.
We expect you. We suspect you of murder, but we don't have enough evidence. Can you help us? They're not going to do that. So you don't really know. I mean, but it is starting to sound really weird. Like if this guy came back to the island, was at a party, and that has been confirmed, I'm pretty sure you would hear Ben Crump say something about that, or even the prosecutor. But it's going to be very revealing, because if somebody posted that picture to try to throw people off the trail, man, that is a dumbass idea, bro. That is it. But people are dumb. If your life is on the line and you're a kid, what the hell? Let me see here. Let me see what else. Let me see. What does it say here? Yeah, so the autopsy's not out. Now let's see the picture. Photo evidence. On July 12, 2026, Ben Crump shared a photo on Instagram that has been circulating heavily among true crime sleuths. The image displays a group of teenagers at the land-based pool party in Jackson County, reportedly taken 1 a.m. on July 5th, the night after the island trip. A boy in the pool is circled in red, with the users alleging it's Nolan. Crump's legal stance. Crump explicitly warned the public about drawing absolute conclusions, captioning the post with, "Now listen, I don't know if these are facts or rumors because no official statements have been confirmed. We sometimes have to follow all clues until the truth is found. Because the person's face is obscured in the water, it has not been forensically verified to be Nolan." And if it is Nolan, then okay. Like, I don't know. Again, this sounds so far-fetched, because why would he do everything to dodge his friends that have his phone, his wallet, and the keys to his car? What is that about? Yeah, but in any case, the implications, if the photo is proven to be Nolan, it would completely shatter the current timeline given by both the police and friends, right? Proving he made it back to the mainland alive July 4th before disappearing under entirely different circumstances. Current verdict. But why would he go, man? Just you guys, man, y'all on some funny shit, man. So you mean to tell me that the theory is supposed to be he made it back from the island, went out to have a party, and then went back to the island and drowned? Come on, man. What's going on with people? Anyway, man, I don't understand this. You know, that's a bit too much. I think, yeah.
But that's where critical thinking goes out the window, right? I think, even with certain individuals coming here and commenting, saying it's all speculative, it is to an extent speculative, but it's based off the information we have right now, right? And we're using critical thinking by even pulling up the island, showing the logistics of it, and how realistic it is to swim 10 miles to shore and then without a phone or access to a car, get to where his car is. That's what
And what'd he do?
that's what's called.
What'd he do? Swim back? He just was
Exactly.
like, "Fuck this party, man! I'm swimming back to the island," and then
He
drowned.
was an Olympic level swimmer who barely made it 10 miles. Like, no, he wasn't, right? Like, it doesn't matter how athletic he was or how great of a swimmer he is. We already know, based off the information, that those waters at that time were very critical, right? These were tumultuous waters, right? So even a great swimmer is going to have difficulty even swimming 2 miles, right? Yet alone 10. So let's just put that into perspective, right? Let's use our brains. Let's put our racial biases aside and use our human critical thinking lens with what we've already reported, what we've already stated and shown, right? And let's make it more realistic, right? I obviously do think that there hasn't been, obviously there's still key information missing, like the toxicology that I mentioned before, right? We don't know what substances he was on. We don't know what substances if the kids were on,
Right.
right? But what we do know is the sooner we find out this information, the sooner the police can take actions in terms of getting them forcefully tested for any type of intoxicants, right?
Right.
So that way we can determine if they were in a proper frame of mind as well, right? Did they partake in anything in terms of, during this? We don't know, right? But it's safe to say that
Have drug tests been
hopefully
given to the other kids that were with him?
and that's what I'm saying, right? They most likely haven't, and that's where the lawyering up makes a big difference. They're lawyering up and they're also minors, so it's going to be difficult to even get that type of
Right, without the
test
parents'
done.
consent.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
now without the lawyer's advice and the parents' consent,
Right.
right? Which most likely it won't happen, right? So these are things that obviously, and like you mentioned before, whether these kids take the stand or not, most likely, in cases like this, they don't, right? Younger individuals don't take the stand because it is easier for lawyers' questions to kind of trip them up.
Right.
So normally they don't. Normally they don't. Is it an admission to guilt? No, it's not. But does it make them look guilty if they don't? Kind of, right? But I think that's the chances they take when they do go to trial on cases like this, if they do choose to go to trial based off the information that hopefully will be found in the near future.
Right. Yeah,
And
facts, bro.
like I said before, right? Do we think it'll go to trial? We don't know. Based off how they're moving, they've already lawyered up. So these are signs that most definitely they would take it to trial
Yeah.
based off the information. But I think obviously if they find overwhelming information that one of these individuals are guilty, that one individual is most likely to spill the beans on everyone and everything. So I think that's what we're hoping for as well, right? We're hoping for at least one thing that is just undeniably and unequivocally definitive that they have or did partake in some sort of nefarious means in terms of his death, right? In terms of Nolan's death. And that should be enough to break the camel's back because, one of the kids will definitely, if the right information is found, is going to spill the beans and is going to tell on everyone else. I think the most likely individual to tell or to give the truth is going to be the individual who had the phone and his keys, right? I think that
Exactly.
is the main person that both investigators and the private investigators, the actual law enforcement, and the lawyer for Nolan's parents or Nolan, who in defense of Nolan, are looking at, right? That is the most speculative and the most questionable thing when it comes to this case, right? Why was his keys there, and obviously why was his cell phone there, right? And if so, you didn't come forth with his cell phone, even knowing that he was missing. You didn't bring this end with let's just be honest. No one deletes information from someone's phone while keeping their phone and keeping access to their keys and claiming that they don't know. If my friend passed tomorrow or something like this tragic, at that age, even I would know, hey, look, his car is parked right here. I have his keys, his phone, I have his phone, right? These are things that are undeniable that point to some sort of negligence or some sort of negative situation happening. And I think that's just the main reason why, we're covering this, and we're going through the finer details of it, because that
Bro.
is extremely speculative.
Now,
Right?
yeah, absolutely, bro. You want to continue with that? Because
No, go ahead, please.
now check this out. Just for people to know, the boy who had the keys, the phone, and the wallet is the boy whose mother is a judge, right? Yeah, she serves as a Jackson County Chancery Court judge. Now check this out. This is even more interesting because look, in an investigation under Mississippi law, intentionally deleting data or messages from someone else's phone during an active investigation can be a crime. Depending on the context and timing of when the data was deleted, a prosecutor could pursue specific criminal charges. Tampering with physical evidence under Mississippi Code 97-9-125, it is a crime to destroy, alter, conceal, or remove any physical object, including digital data on a phone, with the intent to impair its verity or availability in an investigation. The legal catch: for a tampering charge to stick, prosecutors generally have to prove that the person knew or reasonably should have known an official investigation or criminal proceeding was underway. Did he know that the guy was missing? Yeah. He knew that an investigation was underway, man. I mean, maybe the law works like this for some people. But if someone's missing, then you don't know. The police don't know if a crime has been committed, right? They may not suspect that a crime has been committed, but they still are investigating. And you deleting information from the person's phone, even when you know they're looking for a person, you didn't offer the phone. Like how is it that, how did that happen? How did the police not know he had the phone? How did the police not know the boy had the phone? Like, this is some really bad police investigating. Like, I just don't understand it. It seems like they gave them the benefit of the doubt, and sadly enough, to get away with a crime, sometimes that's all you need in the beginning, is to be given the benefit of the doubt. That's enough time to be able to make everything else lean in a certain direction. But let me see here. Is it coming up? Is this data going to come up or what? This is funny. It didn't come up. Nothing came up in line with that. Hold on. Let me just double check here real quick. Sorry about that. I'm curious what folks are saying in the chat. Let me see. I'm gonna get right back to the chat. Oh, is it coming up? It's taking a while. That's what it is. It's taking a while to come up. Okay. Let me see. One more second, and then let's see if we can do this. Okay. I'm going to have to reset this. Nolan Wells. Regarding Nolan Wells. Okay. Okay, regarding Nolan Wells. Yes, here we go. Now, let's see what it comes up with. It should give me some information now. That is the strangest damn thing. There is no... Okay, here it is. 18-year-old Nolan Wells' cell phone is one of the central most troubling questions being raised. Rather than the police uncovering the phone's location, it was actually Nolan's mother, Christine Wansley, who tracked it down herself. Here's how the timeline played. But how did the police not know? The mother used the three right allegations. How did the police not know, though? But how?
The only thing is that police wouldn't know without subpoenaing the cell phone company to triangulate and locate the phone. Most likely the mother had access to like the Find My Phone app and was able to supersede that and expedite that in terms of finding the phone. So that's most likely what happened, right? What I do think is that, you know, after seeing the location, the mother should have definitely been able to reach out to law enforcement to go ahead and approach the kid and his family to retrieve the phone. Because that would obviously, you know,
Listen,
let
bro.
go of hearsay.
Bro,
But go ahead, baby.
it is because, yeah, you're right. It is because the police accepted the friend's story at face value. When Nolan was missing, they accepted his story at face value. When Nolan didn't return from Horn Island, his mother reported the phone missing around midnight. The initial narrative given by the friend to the Jackson County Sheriff's Department was that Nolan voluntarily chose to stay behind on the island to hang out with someone else, planning to catch a ride back to the mainland. Because investigators initially treated this as a standard missing person case where an adult had chosen to stay behind, they focused all their physical search efforts on the island. This makes no... Listen, man. They fucked themselves. They believed this boy. They believed it because if they thought for a second that he had something to do with Nolan's disappearance, right, they would have maybe asked him, do you have any of his... But you know what? This sounds like the police just botched the whole fucking thing, bro. Like they botched it from the beginning,
and I think
bro.
that's the bias that the implicated bias that is shown with certain connections and certain optics when we look at this case, right?
How you gonna
This just so
locate
happens to
him?
be the same kid who his stepmother is the judge. But go ahead, babe.
Yeah, no, you're right. Exactly. And how are the police? They're looking for him. How are they going to locate him without his phone? That's the key piece of thing they would need. And yet the boy that they believe the story turns out to have the phone. Yo, these people are fucked. They are
And
fucked,
if not,
bro.
why wouldn't that allow for the DA to at least draft up charges based on that alone, right? Based on that alone, the DA should have been, you know, in the works of filing some basic charges, even if he is a minor, because it is a bit different when they are minors. It's a lot more different than, you know, your average adult who they can charge, right? That much I'm aware of. And so I do think that that's also another point of contention is, are they going to charge him as a juvenile or as an adult? Right. I think if they do bring up charges, are they going to charge these young men as adults, or are they going to charge them as kids, right, as juveniles? That's also another dynamic to the case that I'm actually looking forward to seeing how they take on that case, right? In the case of like a Carmelo Anthony, right, he was charged as an adult, right? And so obviously not to bring racial dynamics back into it, but I do think a lot of red states, they do look for harsher penalties. And sometimes those harsher penalties disproportionately affect, you know, people of color. But I would like to know, in a definitely a deep red state like Mississippi, how they choose to go forward with the case in terms of charging, or if they're looking to charge even these kids on the most basic level, aside from like murder or anything like that. Or, you know, obviously murders a harder burden to prove, but manslaughter or any adjacent charge that they can in terms of the death of Nolan Ryan, right?
And bro, they are all adults. They are all adults. There's no minors here. They're all above 18.
Yep, that
So there's no juvenile status. So they didn't, you know, this is extraordinary. This is extraordinary. And I don't see how the county is going to get out of, they're not going to get out of this, bro. They're in trouble because they blew it from the beginning. And just because they blew it from the beginning makes it more difficult to find out what happened. You know, it's just that strange. The adult, the boy that had, or I keep calling him the man that had his friend's keys, had his friend's wallet, had his friend's car, keys, wallet, and phone, neglected to tell the police that were looking for Nolan that he had his phone. How would he not know that they could find him with his phone by picking up the phone and calling his motherfucking ass? That makes no goddamn sense. If he had his phone, wouldn't they think to call? But if you have his phone, that means nobody can fucking call him, bro. And they didn't even tell him. Like, nothing came up in the conversation. Hey, by the way, you can't call him because I have his phone. I tried to call him. Should I call him? And then all of a sudden you call and his fucking phone starts ringing in your pocket. Ring. Oops, I forgot I had his phone. I mean,
what, you know, to circle back to the law enforcement, right? Like, I don't know how local law enforcement didn't want to trace his phone the minute he went missing. Right? Like, that's what confuses me. That would be a part of just the overall search. Forget a murder or a manslaughter investigation. In terms of searching for the young man, Nolan, why wouldn't they automatically try to trace his phone? Right? But yeah, go ahead, Reed.
Yeah. Exactly. Look. The specific detail whether law enforcement attempted to call Nolan's phone has not been explicitly detailed in police reports. However, the timeline of how the family handled the phone explains why a standard police ping or call didn't happen. The mother tracked it almost immediately. Nolan's mother, Christina Wansley, called. Bro, I'm sorry. This does not make sense. It doesn't make sense. I'm sorry. Police do not leave work up to parents. Police do not leave work up to parents. Skip's daughter, I appreciate that. That just makes no fun. Come, bro, it doesn't matter. Nothing replaces you doing it. As a police officer, you are supposed to call the number yourself. You don't say, hey, what happened when you called Nolan's phone, mama? What the fuck? That's not, let me write it down. What happened when you tried to call his phone? It's like, no, you call the phone. You verify no one answered the phone. You say, hey, Nolan, this is blah, blah, blah from this police department. Please call us back. Like, this doesn't make no goddamn sense. Like, yo, man. I'm sorry, man. They bundled this one, bro. Hey, Skip's daughter, I appreciate that. Appreciate you. Yeah, well, brother, I could say this much. We've looked through the information so far, kind of given it a good look, well-rounded look at what's there. It could be, and we're saying there could be a lot to this, but to me, if you ask me, so far, they blew the case from the beginning, but it doesn't mean that they're not quick to turn this shit around. And if they suspect that this boy and anybody else is involved in a murder, if they suspect that, they're not going to tell the boy. You know, they're not going to tell the mother. They're not going to tell people, you know, because obviously that would be asinine to do, right? But you would also be kind of stupid to think that the police don't suspect you of murder already, too. But because this shit looks like murder. You know what I'm saying? At this point. But
I mean, he lied, right? He lied about not knowing the possession of the phone, right? Like, that's just one. That's one of the lies.
And if you want to get, and they lawyered up, and if you want them to communicate with you, then telling them that you're investigating them for murder is not, they're not going to do that. So, but there's the phones. There's some things. There's the idea of witnesses. There have to be more people on the island that saw something, and that is going to go. The police aren't telling you what evidence they have from witnesses on the island, and they definitely probably interviewing those people right now, like 100%. So these boys, if they did do it, I doubt that. The only way they're going to get away with it is with a biased jury. That's the only way. It's not going to be because of the evidence. Because once they get in the other evidence, like people saying they saw them having a fight, people saying the witness who said, no, Nolan told me that he was going back with them, the very girl that they claim Nolan stayed behind with, all the evidence is pointing to them. All the evidence is pointing to them, you know? So, Yeah, this is very sad. This is very sad, Skip's daughter. This is very sad, and it's sad. It is very sad to see a young man lose his life this way. And if these boys did it and they're lying about it, that is very sad too. Like, because it just kind of shows you that, damn, man, you don't even value people's lives, bro. Like, if you had a fight with somebody, if you had a fight about a girl, if you had a fight and it's a mistake and it's manslaughter or something happened that we don't know, look, at some point you just need to own up, because you're supposed to care about the family too. You're supposed to care about more than yourself, man. I mean, and speaking up about it is going to help reduce your time. The longer you wait to speak up, if you did this, the longer you wait to speak up is only going to make the time go up for you. And it's also going to, change the opinion people have of you, So, yeah, that's so sad, bro. You want to say anything else? It's so sad, man. This is one of the saddest stories I think I've come across. I don't like seeing young people go out like this, but it looks like there's more to the story. It looks like there is foul play, if you ask me. And I just say, man, when are we going to get to the point where we get beyond this bullshit? Like, yo, you need to control yourself. Young men, control your anger. Control yourself. Control your drinking. Control whatever it is that was out of pocket. Control your goddamn self, man. And I just can't imagine this was I can't imagine that this is the young man drowning. I can't imagine that. And I would never want friends to leave me just because I met a strange girl, leave me without my motherfucking phone, my wallet, and my keys, yo. Like, what kind of friend does that? What kind of friends do that? Man, come on. That just means you got some foul ass friends, bro.
Right? They weren't really friends, right? Like, you don't do that to a friend. And if an accident happened or a situation happened, as a friend, you're obligated to be front and forward because you care about not only that friend, but that friend's family, right? You want to be able to explain the situation, even if it was a momentary lapse in judgment or a quick decision made out of anger. You still want to, and I think that's where a level of maturity, accountability, and also humanness comes into play that we're not seeing here. And I think that's what makes it a bit more distasteful, right? That we understand that society isn't perfect, right? But with society being imperfect comes the responsibility of humanity, right? Of being human, of holding some sort of empathy and sympathy towards someone you say you cared about, someone who I'm sure shared, very valid moments with, Nolan, and to know that these are the same people who essentially, could have potentially either threatened your life or taken your life, right? Put your life in jeopardy or have taken it. And the fact that we're here speculating on evidence that shows some clear negligence, at the least, clear negligence, just shows that these young men aren't trustworthy. They're not honorable. They hold no sympathy or empathy, and in fact, their parents are to blame as well for not holding their kids up to the same standard that they would want if their kid were found in the same situation amongst that same group of friends, right? And again, I think obviously with the situation, I'm hoping that because now it's beyond even law enforcement, right? They already have private investigators investigating this situation. So law enforcement is pressed to be able to act first before they made a fool of and made an example of through private investigation, right? So law enforcement is going to do their best to try to be as front and forward as possible going forward, be it as that they clearly messed up by not further investigating and going strictly based off of the credibility or lack of credibility when it comes to these, his friends group. Obviously with the cell phone being found in in one of the friends' possession, and the car nonetheless, and obviously nothing corroborating their story, right? Even in terms of the woman who potentially or they claimed that he was staying behind with. So nothing is really adding up right now. It's their stories has fallen apart, and in fact, they look extremely culpable when it comes to this case. So, again, if it does and were to be, were to come of charges of it, I do believe that, obviously the parents, the um, NAACP are all involved. They're all going to be able, with the private investigator, they'll be able to, at least put out a lot more information and give us a lot more details when it comes to this. And so the cops are going to be 100% on it now. If they weren't before,
Yeah.
now due to public scrutiny, right? Independent journalism, similar to what we're doing here, and also the private investigations that are being done in the background are going to force this case to light, even with the biases and the clear implicit biases that already have been taking place, right?
Facts.
And so hopefully it does reach a Mississippi court. And like I said before, Mississippi has one of the harshest sentencings sentencing laws out of many states, out of all the 50 states. It has some of the harshest. So if these guys, it just so happens to be that they do land a conviction of any form of guiltiness, they're going to see significant time, if not life in prison. So we'll see how it plays out.
And exactly, bro. You raised some excellent points there. And check this out. Like, if it was an accident, let's say, if it happened to be an accident, it doesn't look like it's an accident anymore, right? Because an accident, you just admit up, oops, some shit happened. This happened. That's what you do when an accident happens, right? You don't go through this much length to cover up something that's an accident, bro. Do you? Does it take you this long? If it's an accident, because if it's an accident,
I mean,
you could explain it. You could explain
yeah, you're
whatever.
right.
I mean,
But I
that's
think they're afraid, right? Like they're still, just extremely young men, just fresh out of adolescence. So let's put the now let's be speculative and say that a fight broke out, whatever the case is, or some negative feelings happened, and they felt, what, we're gonna teach him a lesson by leaving him on this island, and didn't expect for him to drown or try to swim or any of that case, right? Um, but now their lies are being exposed, right? And so I think a part of it, a part of the discrediting of these individuals is the fact that they weren't transparent, down to something as simple as the phone, down to deleting messages, right? Like, what information did those messages have? But again, we know that once you have a digital footprint, that footprint exists forever. They could easily subpoena Snapchat, they could easily subpoena the phone company, and have whatever messages were deleted can be brought up. So we will know. We will most definitely know in the near future what what that information tells. Whether they make that public or not, the family of Nolan Ryan and the family of these kids, it will be found out. Sooner than later. I'm sure with the fact that it is now national news, they are on it, right? Even a private investigator can be able to get, if they have access to that phone, some sort of forensic analysis to be done on that phone to be able to find out what was deleted. But I'm sure law enforcement is definitely doing their best to do it now, to not make themselves lose credibility, because I think, aside from the racial dynamics, it makes Mississippi police as a whole lose credibility, with the fact that they were able to find out so much information, like the fact that his parents were able to find some of this information out before law enforcement, right? Knowing that he was missing, knowing that they could have tracked the phone, knowing that they didn't track the phone, right? And, even as far as reaching out to the parents and asking them, could they be able to reach the phone, and partnering with them and potentially going to this house in conjunction with the mother to be able to retrieve this phone. Those are simple things that could have been done but just weren't. So the Mississippi law
oh
enforcement's
wow.
credibility is on the line by far. But go ahead, B.
Yeah, bro. And look at this. This is deeper than I thought it was about these messages. It says that they're talking about the mother, right? Her accounts. When we finally got his phone, me and my sister, or hold on, let me see here. Winsley GMA. Yeah, exactly. The mom. His family tracked the phone on Life 360 application, but when she went to pick it up from the friends, she found that some texts and messages had been deleted, particularly pointing to the Snapchat account. And this is very interesting here. When we finally got his phone, me and my sister, that must be his aunt, right? Went through the phone. We went in his Snapchat. He had 2 accounts. Absolutely nothing. Christine Wansley said it wasn't even 24 hours, which is how long videos and pictures stay in the Snapchat. Even my sister was like, yeah, that's suspicious. No young person leaves their cell phone. Civil rights attorney Ben Crump said, we represent the family. GMA is adding up, and that the problem, when you think about it, the history of Mississippi. Okay, yeah. You're trying to tell us to just accept the accident and sweep it under the rug. Yeah, that's true. That is true. That's really what this comes down to. The police, their comment and the way they approached this was to just accept it's an accident and nothing else, no matter what it looks, no matter how strange it is, and no matter how it doesn't make sense, just accept it was an accident. Yeah, and I don't think anybody could go to sleep like this. I don't think any parent could accept that not when you have all of these other circumstantial things, keeping the keys, keeping the wallet, keeping the phone, and you leave him. This is your friend, and you leave him that way.
Think people don't look. You just mentioned it, V. You just mentioned that Snapchat does what after 24 hours? Deletes it, but
Right.
it wasn't within the 24-hour range when
And there
they
was
found the
no messages
deleted.
on both Snapchats.
That's an alarm. Exactly.
Yeah.
That's what, certain people who don't understand. Yes, Snapchat deletes automatically after 24 hours. Keyword, after 24 hours. So if they're deleted before 24 hours, someone intentionally deleted it to before the 24-hour marker because there was something that was speculative or pointed to a certain scenario that they did not want to be known, period. Right? That's where it comes into play when it comes to deleting messages, right? No one's disputing that after 24 hours, Snapchat deletes information or those videos. But guess what? If they're deleted before the 24 hours, and even we will, again, I think people they lack critical thinking sometimes because obviously there's individuals in the chat now who are saying Snapchat deletes automatically. Yes, but after 24 hours.
Yeah.
And number 2, we will know what was on his Snapchat well prior to that, right? They're going to subpoena Snapchat. This is how it works in investigations. Yes. They will subpoena Snapchat, and Snapchat will give them the stories that were deleted because Snapchat saves that on a server. In case you don't know how this works, all this information is stored on a server. That cloud server will have that information even if it's deleted from your personal view. Guess what? They have that, and that information will be subpoenaed. That information will be investigated on, and obviously we will know if that was reviewed, but we won't know what that entailed because that is for the case. That is for them being charged, and that will be used as evidence against them, and that will be brought out in discovery in court. It will not be brought out prior to that. So maybe we will know when they review or if they view this missing information or deleted information, but we won't know the finer details because that could jeopardize the case and the charges that should be pending based off of the information that they find. Go ahead, B.
And it's not only the Snapchat messages they're saying have been deleted. They're saying some messages from his SMS history, his standard mobile phone texting, from one phone to another, were missing. It says Ben Crump and the family have also publicly stated some text and messages were deleted from the device. It's not only Snapchat. clarified that they believe communications from both social media apps and standard text messaging threads have been scrubbed. Because of these missing communications, the family announced that they are retaining independent digital forensic experts to attempt a full data recovery of Nolan's phone. Yeah, exactly. This is, if that is done, if they find out that text messages have been deleted, yeah, they're going to be charged with something, I think. I don't even think they would leave it up to the drowning, right? Because, a person can drown under circumstances. You can force a person to drown. You don't have to, it doesn't have to be like you just leave him out there and he couldn't swim that far. It could be that way. Like if you dumped him over. You see what I'm saying? Like that's why I'm curious about the other evidence, the people that were on the island. It's going to be many other people. 3 days ago is when that last article came out. It's been 3 days since that, right? So let me see. When did the incident happen? Let me see. When did the incident happen? I'm just curious about this. If there is an investigation, and there likely is a murder investigation going on right now, this happened July 4th. That's many days. They pretty much have probably interviewed some people already regarding this. They've likely interviewed that woman. They did already, right? So there have to be other people that they're contacting, trying to find out who were the people that were there on the island. Would from whatever pictures they have, they're probably slowly contacting them, but it's been 9 days since this happened. So they've had 9 days to identify people through social media who was on the island. And the good thing about social media is it does tell you what time. A lot of times you can make a timeline to figure out who was on the island at what time, who were the last people that they knew that were on the island. It's going to be difficult. If they did do something, it's going to be difficult for them to get away with it. Now, there is always the case that a jury can be just like, he could get the George Zimmerman jury. That's always possible. You know what I'm saying? The jury that just doesn't see a goddamn thing. It's just like, oh, well, there you have it. Empty. There you have it. Yeah, he kept his phone, and yeah, he lied, and they lied about everything, but still innocent. There's always that George Zimmerman, jury selection that could happen. But outside of that, it seems like there's a lot of things pointing in the other direction, like that they're at least going to be charged with something. And yeah, we will see. But listen, I appreciate everybody for coming out. Let me try to look in the chat real quick and see what folks are saying. Lisa, you okay, yeah. Oh, somebody's out here, Lisa wilding, huh? Smooth said, Kevin, they can see it with a warrant. Okay. Let me see. Jesse said, it's been a long time already. There would have been video surfacing. Well, I think if my thoughts on that are the police are not going to tell people everything, whatever they found. But you're right. Social media, there's probably a lot. There's a lot of people on social media probably watching this case. But there's likely a lot of interviewing going on. To have a lot of people at a location in the daytime active, they obviously weren't the only people there. It looks like it's about 50 people on that island. I would find it very strange if the police didn't personally interview every person they identify. You see what I'm saying? Otherwise, that would be like lazy police work. But again, you never know. It started off lazy. Right? It started off assuming that there was no crime.
With the private investigation, right? There's now an ongoing private investigation. So the police are more incentivized now to reach these individuals, interview them, and then let them know that they would like them to not speak to anyone about the matter, right? From a legal standpoint, right? So now the Mississippi law enforcement will be on overdrive to be able to reach every single one. And again, that's not to say that every single kid or individual there was an adult, right? They could have been minors, right? They could have been minors involved as well. We don't know, right? And I think that's where the private investigation and also the law enforcement investigation now will catch up to that. So I'm just, I do think that obviously think more things will be surfaced. The assumption that, it's been out for a while and that, social media would have said a bunch of other things or they would have been, videos circling around. That's an assumption that people are
That's
looking
the
at
internet
other
buzz.
social media.
That's the internet
Exactly. It
investigation.
also takes exactly. Yes,
Yeah.
it takes that type of investigating and to be able to even connect those dots,
Yeah.
right? You would have to know who went there, right? You would want to follow their friends. That takes some sort of journalism and investigative
Yeah.
journalism
It's going to
to
take
be
some
able to
time.
piece those things together.
Yeah.
And again, I do think that obviously the larger this gains traction, the more we'll start having those independent investigative journalists do just that, right? Piece the information together, piece videos together, start making the speculative claims based on the connected videos throughout social media, right? Through Snapchat, right? A lot of these individuals are younger, so they tend to use Snapchat,
Right.
which means that a lot of those videos probably did delete after 24 hours. So we won't be able to understand or even get some of these connected videos without, until there's a trial, right? Because now they're going to subpoena Snapchat. Snapchat will release that information to law enforcement, the DA, and whoever else. And then they would have access to that. And we won't know what those videos look like until it's released in discovery during trial. But yeah, babe.
Yeah. Yeah. And there's one other thing. If you were, let's say you did it. Let's say you're a young guy, you did it. But your mother's a judge, right? Maybe she's obviously not going to be the judge in this case. But let's say your mother was a judge, and let's say the other guy, he knows his dad is an officer, police officer, right? If how would that play into your concept of being able to get away with a crime in the first place? Like, would you feel more likely to feel like? Would you feel like it's more of a likelihood that you could get away with a crime? Or would that not factor into your behavior and how you deal with something? I'm thinking if you're a young, ignorant kid that doesn't know how things work, you're probably more likely to think, my mom's a judge or my dad's a copper. I could probably get away with it. So I'm curious if it's a case of that, like, and if it is a case of that, damn,
sure.
it's.
I do think that that's a level of privilege, aside from, leaving out color, like that's a level of privilege.
It's real. It's real. Yeah.
The
It's out there.
nepotism that does exist. It does.
Yeah. It's out there, and it doesn't take a lot for people use that frequently too. You know what I'm saying? Just on the, that's what classism is. That's what privilege is. You use what you got. And when you're young, you kind of know. You talk a lot about the privilege. It wouldn't be a secret that, this person's mother is a judge or this person's father is a cop. That wouldn't be a secret. That would be something a lot of your friends would know about, right? That would be something you would be aware of too. How things could play out or maybe not. It's speculative, but I'm just thinking about that. I wonder if this is the case of I did it, but my mom's a judge, so I'm just going to lie about it because, hey, I could probably get away with whatever happened, even if it's an accident, even if it's a case of manslaughter, right? But in any case, bro, I appreciate you hopping up, Mike, from Brooklyn as always. It's like it's coming up on 4 hours now. So, it's been a good stream. We got a lot of information and went through this. I actually learned a lot because I have not looked at this story until today. But my personal feeling is that there's going to be a lot more coming out of this. I think. Yeah. And I think I would advise people to, don't be surprised and just understand these are young people. They're Americans, and whatever is happening to them is likely happening to a lot of Americans in one way or the other. So whatever we're about to see, it probably won't be something new. You see what I mean? Because this is the U.S. and shit goes down all the time in different ways. It could be privilege. Privilege plays a role. To me, it doesn't sound like they necessarily had any racial animosity towards each other. But you don't know what little fights or what conversations people have. You don't know. There's all of that is likely to come out. But I wouldn't say that it's one or the other. It could be both. It could be multi. What do they call it? Multi motives, right? It could be more than one motive behind this. It could be mixed things going on, or it could be not. It could be. It may not be have a racial component to it all. It may not even be about that. It might have just been egos. That could stir up something like this, and jealousy, things like that. We're going to find out though either way. But yeah, I think there's more coming, and I think people are going to find out there's more to this. That's my instinct from seeing this today. I haven't seen any other information about it. I haven't been following it in social media, and I'm just saying this because obviously we do reactions, so our reactions are fresh. The reactions that we give here for people that are just joining us and don't know, they are the reactions that we honestly have from this day. None of it is contrived in advance. I don't have anything against the people involved, any of the people involved. I just hope that it's not a case of, that the young man was murdered or that there was manslaughter and they just decided to cover up. I hope it was an accident, although in my mind, it doesn't look like that at all. So, but we'll find out. We will find out. But I appreciate people for coming out. Listen, if you haven't clicked the like button, do me a favor, click the like button. If you haven't subscribed, subscribe. I'm getting close to 11,000. I don't know if I got 11,000 subs yet, but it would help us out if you subscribe. And I appreciate you all for coming out. Leave a comment in the comment section. Share the videos if you think like-minded people might want to see some of our commentary here. And Mike, you want to say anything to the folks before we out?
Yeah, no, tune in, subscribe if you haven't, hit the notification button, share the video after this live, comment under those live under the videos after they're archived after the live, and soon to be obviously if you have a Kick account, you're more likely to, you can go ahead and
what's up to Kick? What's up to Kick? Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, do that. If you got a Kick account, get over there on Kick and also subscribe over there. We just started going
and hit
live.
The like. Lastly, just hit the like. Get the likes up there so it exposes our video. It gets, more traction, right? More exposure. Because we do things different here, right? Like you said, we do a lot of reaction to contemporary news, right? May that be political, may that be just basic nationwide news like this, like Nolan Wells. This is something that we bring a different analysis to it, critical thinking, right? We'll deep dive into a lot of these topics with nuance, right? The way we look at things, the lens that we look at it is a very critical, thoughtful lens. And we ask the questions to ourselves and the audience that brings us to a more decisive conclusion, and this is just an example of one of many. We do the same thing on a political level, we do the same thing on the economic level, and on various other levels. So please, if if this is content that you do enjoy, if this if you enjoy learning the same way me and V do when we do these deep dives, please go ahead, like, subscribe, hit the noti bell, and see you in the future. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Vic.
Yeah, thank you, Mike. And just to add one more thing, we do a lot of comparative data regarding the U.S. and the EU, so people aren't lost in the political dialogue. A lot of Americans, because of legacy media, they don't get a lot of critical information on what's going on in the EU, what's going on in other Western countries. So I can give you this, and we reiterate this a lot. First of all, American citizens have half the parliamentary representation that an EU citizen has at best. That's the best scenario. The worst scenario is that when you compare it to places like the U.S. to Denmark, for example, Danes have like 30 to 40 times more political parliamentary representation. That means per person, like let's say half would be you have 1 million voters and you have one congressional member. Well, in Europe, that's already at the minimum broken into 2. You would have 2. Now, when you go to places like Denmark, you will have 40. You see what I'm saying? Representatives for that same amount of people. That's what I mean by parliamentary representation. The other thing is that comparative data. Americans, at best, 45% of the taxes Americans pay goes to something that directly comes back to them, their families, their communities, things they can directly touch, feel, and see, right? As soon as you leave the United States of America, that number to any other Western country, that number immediately jumps up to 60% of the taxes people pay directly go back to things they can see that affect their families, their lives, their children, their communities directly. And in some places like Denmark, it's up to 70%. So these are things that qualify American life, how good it is. You can have it good, you could have it bad, but if you don't have anything to compare it to, how do you know how good? How do you know how bad? And when you live in life and you're doing all the work, knowing how good and how bad actually is a big part of how you feel. It's a big part of life and how you make your decisions. So that's what I mean by comparative data. So those of you that are new to the channel, stick around because we're doing a lot of that over here. But I appreciate everybody for coming out. We will be back in the next 18 hours. Be good. Happy Monday. And I hope everybody has a good start to their week. All right. Appreciate everybody. We out of here. Release the Epstein files. You know what I'm saying? Release the Epstein files. Fuck Trump. Peace, y'all. One.
The time, the place.
Let's get it going.
Where you just focus on the things that are real in your life. Cause the others, they ain't got what's necessary. The necessary ingredients. But we do. Check it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. Orientation in this place we call Earth. Love from conception, from your mom, your birth. Pops planted the seed in the turf. From there, you must find out what life is worth. Grew up learning your do's and don'ts before working on your motor skills, working on your coordination, right? And orientation to what you like. The brand new thing, so gentle the soul we're capturing. In this distance, the alphabets the kids sing. They celebrate when it's time to go outside. As you get older, you learn to let all the troubles in your life just glide away. Stay focused, keep it smooth, keep you cool. Things in life can make it get rude. If you let it, don't let it. 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 If you let it, let it. Let it what? If you let it, don't let it. Let it. If you let it, what? Don't let it. If you let it, don't let it. Let it. Don't let it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We embark on this journey through your soul. We wanna have a good time. We embark on this journey through your soul. We wanna have a good time. We do something that you know you can't deny. We're just slipping in and out on a journey, you and I. On a mission to salvation, our spirit be our transportation. Within your doom, a little love and that is true. For real, we bring something that you know you can't deny. We're just slipping in and out on a journey, you and I. What? We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you.
Every day the children dying. What about the children crying? No.
What about the kids?
Don't forget the children.
Tell them about the children.
What about the children crying? No.
Yeah. Digging, scratching, working, struggling, hoping. Some is hustling, every man hustling. Stay alive, that's the game. It don't matter if another gets slain. Pain, recession, other cats want a war. We got the weapon, people want bombs, so they gon' get them. This is the rhythm, the politics ticking. It's sad how we living in this life. It's gonna be a time that we change. Shit is not finite, life is the same. Motherfuckers killing each other to make a claim. Stop that bullshit, you have no respect for each other. You know the truth, you come from your mother, your sister, your brother. So love one another. If we make that change, the whole world will do the same. So listen.
Only this one love. Every day the children dying. What about the children crying? No.
What about the kids?
Don't forget the children.
Tell them about the children.
What about the children crying?
I wish someone would tell me when is the suffering gonna stop. I see time ticking, fuck your watch. There comes a time when man steps to the plate, but it won't matter if your mentality is fake. Where I'm from, we got a system, overcrowded prisons, 2 cents an hour, man. Listen, shit don't change if we keep exploiting each other. One day you find out you only did it to your brother. A homeless mother, a baby, no supper. She got a husband and father, they both love her, but they can't find work cause the people with the power, they got a strange way to govern. Their price tags say nothing. Life is funny, then again it's really not. People dying for what other people got. I asked God if he can come and change the shit. He said, hell no, it's you that's gotta change this.
Every day the children dying. What about the children crying?
One. I traveled the globe just to gain perspective. The theory of relativity applied. Of course, it took a while to decide how I should proceed, but even my life is truly based upon need. So I move forward with more deliberate speed. Smash corny motherfuckers that stuck on greed. My seed is worth more than $1 million in future stock. The goal is to break the safe, the padlock.
mad cats can't stop it, eat a rocket. Your style is boring and cold, mine is tropic. Battles you want, commit, you'll change the topic. My partner should get to put your beat in the pocket. So this nigga here can proceed to destroy your stereotypical pop rap gangsta ploy. Not hating on niggas from the ghetto, but I'm hating on copycat rappers from the meadow. They procreate bullshit without paying a price. That's like talking about CeeLo with no dice. I drink milk, but that's about it. I won't compare dairy MCs to dope shit. I want you full undivided in this here place. We think to entertain and to educate your bum ass niggas and your non-believers. You know we change your membrane every time you see us. The us can't stand the way we think away ease. The way we get love from the finest ladies. Oh my son, oh here comes another one. About to take it to the place that lies under the sun. Oh, yeah, I wrote this one cause I love you, and I want you to love me too, girl.
I just want to love the way you love the way I love.
I love you.
I just want to love the way you love. I love the way I love you.
You my TRL, I'm looking at you. The look in my eye, you can tell that I wanna know you, better yet show you that I treat you right, this I owe ya. The feelings I feel are not obscene. It's no secret I'll go in public and scream. I'll LOV you, my baby girl. The feeling's so true, we can make our own world. We were made for each other, I feel like you love. We had a child, we be father and mother. There ain't no other I'd rather spend my time with. This love can endure anything that splits. If it wasn't legit, you wouldn't hear it. I could never be confused by your spirit. We just take it still a rollie cause we both know what we do. I'm in LOV with you.
I just want to love,
baby girl.
Love the way you
love me.
The way I love.
I love you.
I just want to.
Hey.
I want to love.
Oh,
love the way you love.
Love me.
The way I love you.
I love you, girl.
Just relax.
Just relax. Just relax. Just relax. Just relax. Just relax. Just relax. Just relax. Just relax. Just relax. Just relax. Just relax. Just relax. Hold your hand when we in town. Protect this love, even in the underground. Joy to God eating brunch on a blanket. This God that granted us these days, I thank it. It's no wonder why I'm comfortable with you. It's all the simple things for me that you do. When you rub my back, it's feeling so nice. Much more than reuniti and ice. It's about the kindness I can see in your face, and the way it's at the right time and place. No other woman I'd rather spend my time is. This love is so fresh I can taste.
I just want to love the way you love the way I love.
I love you.
I just want to love the way you love.
It's about you.
Love the way I love you.
I love you.
Just relax. Just relax.
Just relax. Just relax. Just relax. Just relax. Just relax. Just relax. Just relax. Just relax. Just relax. Just relax. Just relax. LOV you. My GRL. What? It's like that.
I know how to see a whack MC when he bustin', but I just back away real cool, no fussin'. I'd rather go kicking in the streets with the bums and use the knowledge to collect what? Some funds. Open a non-profit and build a damn school. And this is the story of how a great king rules.
truths. There's many that claim to know the local demographic, but don't have the nerve to tell you the truth. It's tragic, but I do. So sit back and let me spit this shit to you. You feel better when I spit this shit to you. Despite the system trying to clamp down on the people, will learn how to stand up to evil. Not evil that's across the globe, that's too far, but evil that lies in their own backyard. And fighting, it's not an option, they can't win. The government, it's not supposed to represent sin, but then again they do, and that's a problem. So let's go down and figure out how to solve them. It's not fun being a rapper that can't speak, but we do, yes, and plus we make fat beats. Yo, we smoke weed, break up trees. Listen, bringing fat beats, that is our mission. You wanted to see us, homeboy, shut up and listen. Thelonious and Big Benny, brother, check the vision. Mentalities of different realities. Enter the Star Trek room when you hear the boom. I be the Walkman with the super bass. Automatic stop, yes, stereo cassette player. With the delayer, freaky lyrical sprayer. Extraterrestrial rhyme sayer. I be the poetical VIC/master of the ceremony. Tenderoni, won't you come step with me? I'm on a historical journey. Kinda like Sigourney. Implore me to represent the attorney that represents my niggas, go figure. It's the card, they call me Uncle Bigger. Niggas love your blunts, down your liquors. I read the parallel to the fiction. You're fixated on this brother's nature. Relaxed behavior, I might save your change. Flip it, rearrange. The whole concept, yo, is good for all your brain. Insane, psychotic, neurotic, black onyx, and hooked on phonics. Just atomic, beats like a bonnet. Cut with the Asiatic, they all up on it. Rhyme static with the Bugatti type of skill. You wonder, is this nigga Vic really for real? Still, but only necessary in the berry. I'm milk like dairy, they quite contrary. That's scary, but I'm a dog in the prairie. I scurry to grab my bones and just worry. Lyrical flurry, go get your secretary with impeccable diction. My style might vary, so get a hold of your own shit real fast. Fucking with us, we take it right out your ass. Prairie dogs chill while the other dogs howl. So too many dogs get sent to the pound. Back on the hill, me and my peeps just lounge. Prairie dogs, we keep it on the down. Splatter, don't like gun splatter. We try to climb the ladder, wicked men get better. They make it like splatter, but it really don't matter. Cause you know we coming back to our sons and our daughters. So follow him, the one who protects ya. And the mother, she will never neglect ya. Through divine nature, the people respect ya. And in this way I deliver my lecture.